We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. This corner judge is good for 1, 2, yeah. He needs more. And
they're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Blank is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in, I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. This corner judge is good for 1, 2, yeah. He needs more. And
they're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Blank is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Hello and welcome, Rocket League fans. We are here. We are live. A little CECC action coming at you. I'm FBI Tugboat here with my man, Hail Monkey Man. Monkey Man, how are we feeling? You know,
it's a wonderful Saturday. We're up in the sky. It couldn't get any bigger for this particular kind of conference. I know we're floating. We took an airplane to be able to kind of come up here, but now we've just been gliding. And these teams, they're ready to be fighting here, Tugboat, because this one is a big qualifier to make it to the CECC in Arlington coming up in May. So there's a lot on the line for these Big Five schools.
Absolutely. The pilgrimage to the esports mecca that is Esports Stadium Arlington will be achieved for one of these teams. Only one, though. Only one. And we got 5 of them. We're going to be looking at a little round-robin type competition here within our Big Sky now conference. Now, we're going to be looking at these teams coming in just a little bit. We'll be looking at Montana State and Sac State coming in first, though. Standard Rocket League rules. Best of 5. 5-minute games. Nothing new. Nothing really kind of crazy and wonky here on the day, Hill Monkey Man.
Yeah, that's pretty much, you just got to get done what you got to get done. We have a big spread of ranks, but of course, this particular one, we're going to do a 5-team round robin. That means there will be a team that sits out per round, and then we're going to see who the top 2 are and go into a big final after that. So we're going to have 5 rounds of this, and then at the end, you get to have a repeat, which is good because Rocket League can be a little bit volatile. As much as it is a physics and math game here, Tugboat, these guys, sometimes they get the unfortunate circumstance of some of these 50-50s and more. But, they're going to have another chance against someone. But only 2 of them, the other 3 are just going to have to sit on the bleachers and hope for another chance at going into that big qualifier. But otherwise, there's a lot of Montana here. There's a lot of kind of upper mid California, and of course, Idaho getting to come on down. The Vandals. I can't wait to be able to see all these teams today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like teams from all across several different states, all across several different skill tiers, like you were saying right there. We're going to be looking how this goes and how it shakes out on the day. Round robin format. We'll be looking at Sac State, and MSU coming up here and first. I'm very, very excited for it. We'll be hopping into this one in just a little bit. Now, that is May 5th through 7th coming in there in Esports Stadium Arlington. Everything's bigger in Texas like you saw there, folks. We'll be looking at this one and who is going to punch the ticket down there. a little bit. Montana State, Sac State, let's get it going.
All right, so the main draw is being consistent throughout the day. You have best of fives you have to do, and that is a lot of Rocket League to play because no matter what, you're playing 4 matches through all these 5 different squads, and then you have to be able to play at least 1 more. So that's in the realm of about 4.5 hours of Rocket League, just pure playtime, depending if you get hard swept. Shot opportunities slowly starting to come to fruition for Montana State as the Bobcats are at least poking and prodding first, but it's going to be Sac State that tries to return. A lot of dodgeball out in the midpoint, and so this one's going to crawl up higher. So, you know, just really kind of testing the defensive box right now.
That's what it means here in the first game. Froyo, Chef, and gonna be the rest of the Montana State University squad. There's Chef now cooking with 1. That's Ham trying for this one, but not really gonna find anything on the other side. It's Young Ube, Raging Man, and Tortle, not Turtle, but Tortle, gonna be making up your Sac State squad.
Chef trying to cook, but doesn't have a whole lot of boost, so did kind of commit. That means they better be trusting into their third man. Third man's got to be able to find it. Froyo, Frozen Yogurt, nice 1-2, and Tortle coming off of that sidewall tugboat. This was a great give and go, but it wasn't just done for the initial shot.
Yeah, so Froyo tries to get this one, but it's going to prove yet again that ice cream is simply more tasty and delicious than frozen yogurt. Fortunately, not going to be able to get that one in early. Minute 15 in, Sac State strikes first. Oh dear.
Demo.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to protect it. And I agree. I like a little gelato myself. I don't know if that's like the super privileged, ice cream variants, but I live by it. It's been pretty good to me recently. But
I like
first
it.
100. Yeah, first
Basically,
100 seconds.
you're flexing your benefit over other people by saying that. I get it. I like it.
Just casually, it's both the treat and I get to have it and deal with it. Just. Yes, it's mine.
Take your feelings on in Twitter, folks. We'll see you there.
Oh my gosh. So far, Sac State, they've been able to really kind of find each other more often here out in open space. The Bobcats, they've been able to kind of individually extend this pitch. Really haven't been able to do too much offensively, more than just have it kind of float around from the perimeter of the net.
See how this goes and if they can secure that perimeter. Froyo. Oh, not going to happen. My God, Ham with a block right there. Seemed like there was no player back. Ham proves it. Love to see it. Chef, left side. Plenty of boost to be spoken of, and just kind of gives this one on over to Tortle. Young Ube. Sac State was just given this. I'm kind of surprised right here because possession is just straight up given over, and then a 2/3 pitch shot ends up landing. Even though a couple members of Montana State have really solid defensive capabilities. 2-0 lead here for Sac State, 5 seconds outside of halftime.
Ham looked like he actually outthought himself on that jump because he was originally running to the corner to try and make it happen, and then he saw that there was one member up to take that shot, and I think it was Tortle, but ultimately the touch never came, so kind of a half fake out. And then this is the awkwardness that happens on this back end too, just hanging on the goal line. I mean, this is Montana State. The Bobcats, they have great defense, and then they just kind of fall apart.
Yeah, what is it called? Analysis paralysis, Hail Monkey Man. If you don't make a decision, eventually a decision will make you. Sac State now up 3-0 with about 2 minutes left. Now, we're looking at a situation. We got plenty of time. Okay, I was going to say we got plenty of time right there. Young Ube almost made this a 4-0. 4-0 at 2 minutes is basically a dagger to the heart, is basically a dunzo situation. But Young Ube, the way they're fixing this one across the middle, some fantastic ball handling skills. Now down bottom, Montana State, a really weak defensive clear, but that's going to be enough for Chef and the rest.
That soft touch actually ended up saving them because there was so much crashing of the net that if they had bopped that up with any airtime, the players that were rotating in through the Hornets would have been able to strike. And this is what I'm talking about. The speed when it ramps up plays in favor of Sac State. They're trying to slow things down, get these touches, but this ends up feeding off the 45. And Young Ube has been instrumental so far of setting up these shots just straight middle of the box. And like you said, it feels like this one just kind of got out of reach. Montana State, though, they could take this game as kind of warm up to get themselves a bit more settled.
Yeah, this is a best of 5. Whoever drops this one not going to be eliminated from the competition on the day. Young Ube getting a little aggressive, a little bit late in this game. To check on those respawns in a second. 60 seconds or so right now. Young Ube coming back from that respawn, trying to get this one done. And now it's going to be a defensive situation for Sac State, a situation they have not found themselves in very much in this competition so far here, Monkey Man.
Yeah, they're needing to get at least some reps defensively because you know you're going to be facing off against every single team in this Big Sky Conference. So make sure that you give yourself a chance to practice all of it, or else you're just going to be a little bit lacking. But again, win the games you're supposed to. Right now, this one would be Sac State's to lose. 35 seconds and up 4, but it's game 1. Doesn't tell the entire story for this best of 5, and we've seen some great moments. Fleeting, though, have they been for Montana State. Got to see. I want to be able to get more out of both Chef as well as I believe it's Froyo, because Ham honestly has been keeping this team glued together.
Ham, the main dish. No appetizer here. 5 seconds to go right now. We are staring down the barrel of a shutout in game number 1. Ham looking fine up top. Not going to happen, though. Sac State taking this one at a 4-0 scoreline. And then this really just comes off the back of time of possession, right? Like, straight up. This was Sac State that spent all of that time possessing the ball right here. Allowed almost no offensive opportunities the other way for Montana State University right here. And we can kind of tell how this one goes down on the day. Again, just a first game right here. But we might be watching kind of a preview of how the rest of this series will go.
Yeah, we've got a lot of series that you're going to be able to see today. We have 5 rounds because there are 5 teams, and that means 1 is sitting out per round. And so we have a minimum, let's see, fast math, 18 games that will be played, a maximum of 30. So that's for us in the production booth to be like, okay, yay, or ooh, because we want to see some efficiency. We want to see some banger matches, and all of them are best of 5. We do not end this qualifier with a best of 7, at least from what I know. So that means you're in your steady rhythm of competition. And yeah, that was all possession based. It was Sac State really never giving up their backline. And even when they did, there wasn't much of a threat. And I want to see Montana State really be able to make use of those saves that they did find and turn those into big counterplays, actually moving up the pitch.
Yeah, and that's really what it's all about at the end of the day, just transitioning something from a defensive performance into an offensive opportunity. And this is simply Montana State University that wasn't able to do that so much. Sac State just had this. They were able to transition. They were able to turn goals into nothing. They say you can't spin gold from straw here, Monkey Man. Well, I dare you to say that to Sac State.
I believe there was a, what was the name? Rumpelstiltskin? Yeah, I think. Couldn't they be able to do that? Or was that straw? Is that yarn? String? I don't know.
No, I think it was straw.
Was it straw? Okay. I wasn't alive back then, so I wouldn't know. I don't know.
I was not there. I was not there. Not physically present.
Yeah, I need an eyewitness report at least. Yeah. But regardless, we do have at least Montana State. They started off game 1 early with some antics, and that's a bit of a fake out. It turns into an opportunity to the second man, though the third tries to press up Froyo. Looking for another just way to be able to maintain possession, but already the Bobcats being sent packing by Sac State, who's trying to attack from the perimeter. They're going to work these lateral edges.
Lateral edges and more coming into this game number 2. It makes sense to change the offensive tempo of this game, of this matchup, as we're going in to a game number 2. Now, 60 seconds in and no scores on boards means an advantage. I would say Montana State University, this state, last game, they were down by at least a little bit with nothing else in the... Wow, my God, talk about a defensive performance.
They get into that midpoint of that rotation. They're letting a strike come up, and that chef can actually bonked around. This is usually when they have a player that is primed up. Froyo and Ham there off the crossbar. Got to be mindful of this because young Ube, you called his name several times in that first game, was the one diming up chances for Sac State to crash the box and come away with points, which they did in quadruplet. So I was trying to think of triplicate. Is it just quadruplicate? I don't know. But
I like it. I like it. I like where your mind's at. I like where your mind's at. Even if the word doesn't exist, we will create it. How about that one?
what
Oh,
we do is-
nicely done! My God, the scoring drought for Montana State University is over. It's 2 minutes. 2 minutes into this one, Montana State now going to strike first.
Proving that Ham is much mightier and better than Turkey. Just straight up, that is a fact. You're allowed to walk away with that one for free. The next one will cost you. But for right now, it's Bobcats. Feeling pretty good as Sac State finally will suffer to their first deficit, which is something that, you know, again, they need to test themselves. We saw the Bobcats for Montana State really come alive in the early portions of the first game, and then it all just went to nothing. Sac State on their heels, kind of rotating away. This one's a try for maintaining possession. Young Ube is going to be able to air carry. This one has a flip reset and does get it over the midfield line, but that's a lot of effort just to get this one upfield when the defense is just kind of sitting around.
Sitting around, how is Ham better than Turkey? Let's go back to this one.
Okay.
Try to get
all
away
right.
from the topic. I'm not going to let you on that one because this is slander. This is salacious activity over here from Hail Monkey Man. How by what category?
Okay.
By what quantification do you say that Ham is better than Turkey, friend?
Okay, well, first off, Ham just tastes better. That's on the real. You can write
Okay.
that one down.
Hey, Colton,
Yeah.
I'll see you later, bud. I appreciate you. I really appreciate the opportunity here.
Glazes just taste better on ham, too. You get like a...
Glazes taste better on ham, yes, but I'm giving you opportunity here. Save yourself, Ham Monkey Man.
I feel like... okay, okay.
Our
There's
producer's weighing in as well. You are left in the lurch, my friend. You are left in the lurch.
All right. I get turkey and ham on my sandwiches, okay? So I'm an equal
together?
opportunist. Yeah. Do you not get club sandwiches?
Generally not. I've been trying to eat less red meat as well. Trying to been doing less bacon. You know what I'm saying?
That's just a fallacy. You need to have bacon. Like,
I'm trying to do less bacon. I'm not saying bacon is bad. I'm just trying to take care of myself, Hail Monkey Man.
okay, you know, I'm proud of you. Your heart will thank you. Some good maple bacon is always good for the
Maple
soul.
bacon?
Yeah.
Little Canadian action. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just Canadian bacon's just ham that's been burnt. At
That
the
is
edge.
also true. It is a
Yeah.
full-on lie up north, people. you up north, you're looking at an entire nation of people that are willing to look in your face and lie to you actively. Canadian bacon is literally just thick ham.
Yeah, they try, but they fail to impress. Looking for some
fair.
impressive feats. We've had all of one goal so far, and that came within the first, minute and a half or so. And Montana State's done a great job at limiting Sac State coming up. Oh, bit of a crisscross applesauce situation as young Ube really has been limited into this game. Not the sheer amount of open box chances that we saw in 25 seconds to prove me wrong. Great takeaway, but the second and third man will press up, and the takeaway didn't happen, but Chef is able to clear it.
At the end of the day here, Monkey Man, I'm not surprised we're staring down the barrel of a 1-0. Montana State was not going to be denied forever. I'm just surprised that Sac State is now the one getting pitched a shutout against. It might be a different situation from a 4-0 like we just saw in game number 1, but the result is going to be similar. Montana State puts them down here in game number 2, and this just comes off the back of offensive opportunities. We're looking at 3 shots on goal to 4. This is a very, very defensive-minded game here in game number 2 right here, and I'm glad they're really paying attention to this, that they're paying a lot of mind into this, unlike you with your statements on ham and turkey.
Hey, look. There's a lot of attention. There's some good mindfulness to defense because I will defend my choice for ham until the very end. I will go a full best of 5 for the best meats that you'd find. Look, okay,
Yeah.
I understand that turkey has a component in it that makes you get sleepy and it's great for Thanksgiving meals. And that's
Tryptophans.
but ham doesn't require that because you'll be fat and happy and falling asleep anyway because you'll realize, oh, I ate more and this is so much better. I feel like you're just trying to trick yourself out of loving ham because you're trying to get healthier. Just
That's a decently fair statement. I didn't expect like the hardcore just like right to the heart here against the tug, but I guess that is a little bit right. I guess that is a little bit right. Like I'm trying to, it's was it sour grapes, right?
Okay.
I'm saying that I don't like it, but really I do like it. I'm just trying to do less of it. Does that make sense?
Okay, I understand. I'll be less of that temptation for you.
Oh
then.
my God.
But Ham just won't go away. As much as you try to keep them at bay, they are here to stay. And look at them hitting this one straight for the kickoff rotation.
Yeah, 5 seconds into this one a little bit. We're going to be looking at Montana State once again taking a lead here and early.
Oh, man. And with control. That took only a few seconds to get done. You're looking for already another upfield swing if they can. And Montana State, let's talk about it. They got the 1-0 win in the previous. That's a big bot by Young Ube. But Sac State is looking at a drought, much like Montana State was facing after game number 1. But there's a clear difference between a drought with multiple goals against you and then one where you just never really got a chance to properly score. The defense of Montana State has been pretty prolific, and then it turns into another clear. They've already got this 1-0 lead, and Sac State's going to be left scratching their heads.
Scratching their heads, looking for an answer. Might as well be me sitting at the deli aisle. It's going to be 50 seconds into this one so far. Now, we're looking at a tied series so far, so game 3 right here. Nobody going to be losing out of this round robin matchup on the back of this result, but just like that, solid take, Chef right here. That's another really good hit from Ham. Is Froyo going to be the one taken out now on the defensive side? Big hit left side. Raging Man has this one just tossed right across their bow. Just letting them know that they're there.
Again, we're seeing tons of times Young Ube is really trying to crash that box. Instead of getting these pure setups, they're just looking for opportunities for themselves. This one's going to be slowed down. Froyo wish that they had slowed just a little bit sooner because maybe they'd be able to get behind the dead center of that ball. It's going to be a bouncer. It's awkward. They're going to have to call onto the defense of Young Ube, in fact, to get this one extended, looking for the counterplay. And it's honestly been a Ham versus Young Ube type of situation. He's really trying to guide his team through more speed, execution, and mechanics, where Ham is just trying to call upon his squad to just get those passes and open up space together.
Ham versus Young Ube. Ham versus Chef, I'm sure, in certain situations. Ham versus Turkey is the conversation we've been talking about thus far. And really, we see... Okay, gotta say, did not anticipate this one. Chef gonna be cooking from a long distance.
Young Ube was setting up for the trap stop, and that one was just a bomb from downtown. Sometimes you just tell the chef to cook, all right? They just got to be able to make that simmer into a boil, and it went high temperature. So at the midpoint here of game number 3, we still see Sac State not able to plug and play and get another goal. So gotta really, at least even if you're still behind after the first one, gotta be able to cut through. Young Ube looking for a dunk, and they will find it. So this is a great first step.
Yeah, so Sacramento State actually ends a 7.5. Again, folks, 7.5 minute scoring drought. Nothing past 7.5. That was just as flashy to really show this Sac State squad is not out of this one. Showing a little bit of life. Love it. Score difference of 1 is no lead indeed in the great game of Rocket League. We'll see past halftime how this one goes.
Constantly trying to feed it out. Oh, big stop, and they just couldn't get the second bang on target. A lot of contention out of that near side post. Not a great pickup, but Chef calling for reinforcements from Froyo. Luckily, Ham is playing it slow, low, getting it out and good to go. It's a one-on-one between himself and Young Ube, but then it becomes a one-on-2. That ricochet will actually be helpful as the challenge comes up. Now Ham's going to escape, and it becomes a Chef and Froyo 2v2 composition before Froyo hits the boards and dies. Now Ham recouped, fully boosted up, looking for another chance to bounce upon it. What a great play. They fake it out, and Chef just chip shots it to get that 2-goal lead back.
Yeah, fantastic stuff right here from Chef. This is a perfect angle. A little bit harder. Bounces off backboard up top. A little bit more so to the right. We're looking at side post. That is everything in a bag of chips here for Montana State University as they purchase back their insurance goal, that lead of 2.
I'm also paying attention to our lovely Twitch chat, all you guys out there, making sure that you're cheering for your squads. But apparently
don't
we're
give
actually
them any attention. Don't give them any attention.
Well, I mean, the only reason I give attention, they're providing good intel. There's 2 guys that are on the regular starting squad of Montana State that are
It's
not
a lie.
here.
I'm certain it's a lie.
Are you sure?
I'm just
you
kidding.
right?
I'm just messing around. Just harassing Twitch chat like I always do.
I mean, they very well could be telling us the truth. I believe everything that I'm ever told ever. So.
Oh, you want? Oh, okay.
I'm a very naive and trustworthy.
Hey, you know the word gullible is written on the ceiling.
Where? Oh man. Why you guys gotta mess around?
Bouncer. Okay, young Ube just purchases this game on back and relatively cheap price. 60 seconds in, a classic 60-second drill here for the side. Sac State.
Less than a minute. Sac State got a chance to be able to grab this one from the jaws of defeat, or at least be able to put us into overtime, some bonus Rocket League. Turtle's not going to be able to adjust. And as long as the defense of the Bobcats is able to make solid connections, much like Chef has been able to elevate and do, then we've got opportunity for them to really put this one away. Big save by Turtle, going a little bit faster than everyone else. And that's going to become a clear that does find the sidewall one more time. Half minutes ago, Froyo with the extension, and that one should do it, especially with Chef putting the hat on and cooking with extra kerosene. So 4-2, the Bobcats reestablished their lead with authority.
Speaking of caps, that's a hat trick here for this member. 3 scores in game number 3. We're just keeping up with our consistency. 31 seconds left. Sac State has an opportunity, but this is slowly slipping through the fingers. Time through an hourglass. Whoa. Sand through an hourglass.
Both? If sand is time.
I suppose, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. It's a nice representative on symbolic metaphor. 10 seconds. Sac State, they were able to grab the first one. They finally got a couple of goals, but it was all for naught. At least here in game number 3, they're going to have to recover. And remember, no one's eliminated after this one. You've got a long time to play, but this one is in fact done and dusted. Goes into the record books for the Bobcats, who've really been great at establishing themselves early since game number 2. We'll be going into a match point for Montana State. They're really trying to play some 0-second ball here, and they don't want to let this rule 0 go.
Not against it. It's gonna be a 4-3 game, a 5-2 game perhaps. Nope. We need to finish this one out 4-2. Montana State University has done it in game number 3 here and purchased themselves a situation where they're just looking at a lot better of a look right here, of a situation, of a scoreline coming into game number 4. We'll see how they go and how they deal with this opportunity here to close this out in 4.
Yeah, honestly, this has been a team that's been able to recover and just kind of settle down. Young Ube was punishing them earlier on in game, especially in game number 1, whenever no one was really able to kind of recover after the initial desperate diving drama goals. You get great saves by Ham, and then everyone else just kind of was gone. Well, this is a team that now finds that save, moves it out into more of a passive space into the corner, and then is transitioning away. Young Ube is not able to just kind of dissect him like he did before, and it really requires Young Ube to be on point before Sac State is even scoring anything.
Yeah, this is just a Montana State University has simply incorporated their 3 players a little bit better right here. They've gone forth and they've always employed kind of like that closest player to the ball takes the situation, takes the role right here. Young Ube is definitely taking kind of that offensive role, and if Montana State University reads that here in this game number 4, then it's just a simple demo situation, right? Just simply taking out this offensive player over and over again to make a situation where Sac State cannot go forth and score reliably. Now, if that's read out here from MSU, then this might be a quick series.
Kind of set them up at least a quick opportunity. Young Ube again, and everyone's being kind of stalled out. We had the Raging Man, who you've called out a couple times, but really just kind of disappeared into the woodwork. It's been Young Ube alongside Turtle to find these opportunities, and now it becomes Raging Man that has to be able to make this read. That's an odd bouncer, and making sure that it doesn't become an aerial strike over the box is Ube. But as Froyo misses, Chef fills the gap, and look how he's just kind of waiting on timing. That one was a very precarious touch as Ham comes over the top of it, but first minute of play, you said, really plays in favor of Montana State, and that continues to be true as they have the pressure right now.
Pressure makes diamonds, as we all know here, Monkey Man. We'll be seeing how this squad, Sac State, is able to bring this one back as they are down in the series. Raging Man from the right side Gonna be angry about that one after they lose possession. Chef with a double touch right here. Froyo almost takes it. Young Ube across the middle right here gets this ball out of the source of danger, and now gonna be looking at their own offensive opportunity.
Froyo is looking for slow control, but really hasn't been able to find secondary connections. But with an assist by Chef, does find at least a chance. And you see kind of Young Ube sticking to that third man recovery a lot more often, hitting to the back wall, looking for just a pitch and catch. And look at the bumps that we're getting a lot more often. No big demos, but enough disruption to keep Montana State from setting up some more striking lanes. Froyo, really, again, they find first touch. They have to have a lot of dependency onto their teammates, but that's why they're there. Chef looking for maybe a dunk chance, but it goes to the back wall. Now Ham just putting it into the box to try and extend this offense again.
Yeah, fantastic looks there from Raging Man. Folks, we've had a 4-score game, we've had a 1-score game, we've had a 6-score game. What this tells me is we are absolutely running the gamut here between these two teams, and as far as total scores, I got nothing for you. I got nothing.
Oh, a bit of a soft triple commit too. The halfway mark here, Tug. This one could end up being a 0-0 into OT unless they want to prove me utterly wrong right now. Ham, better watch out because that's going to be a strike back. They do leave the third, but that one's going to crisscross over the entirety of the box. A double commit coming out of the zone, but it's great chances to just move between these players from Sac State. They kind of set up, and then they're just cleared immediately because their third man's coming a little too far center. And even though they get that one away, that one could be on target. It will fall to the opposite side corner, but Chef is at least threatening and forcing Sac State to rotate back.
And forcing opponents to do things that they do not wish to is always going to be the name of the game. Forcing defenders to play balls, everything else right here. We're still looking at a scoreless competition here in game number 4. 100 seconds left now as both teams, one of them has got to get physical at a certain point, right? Like you have to start pulling out demos and things like this to kind of cut this difference down. Not much of a difference here in game number 4, though.
Oh. Challenge. Ham went forward. This is going to be very scary. Young Ube didn't get a lot of power. Yeah, I do agree. A bit of more physical play, but they expend so much of their boost just to get out of their own back half. Both teams basically fledgling by the time they get to that latter third and just kind of peter out when they look for that next chance. That was just a great position by Froyo. And that's going to be another one as Ham at least keeps it into this back third again. And it's just a lot of, all right, can we extend our offense for about 20-ish seconds more whenever they go backwards? Froyo in control, bring it to the side wall. But we're at the 45 mark here, and I have no greater confidence that we're going to see a score in regulation, even as Young Ube threatens there.
What was that there, Monkey Man? What was that?
I was eating my words for a second.
Yeah. Shot across the bow right there. Not going to matter. Just Sac State kind of letting them know we're still here. Just kind of letting them know. Ube, backside, defensively minded. Ham now across the middle, trying to get it done themselves. Go for the double touch. Can't quite get it. Froyo. Going to be a similar situation right there as now Chef. Going to be getting their own opportunity here. All 3 members so far have had like double tap opportunities on the offense. Chef! Too high! The double commit! Oh man, Chef and Froyo just both kind of came forward, double commit on this and sent this one way too high. This could be a Montana State 1-0 victory right now.
What it coulda, shoulda, though, exists on the other side of time as we go into just that extra moment, that dimensional rift between what is regulation and now what is that extension thereof. Early pressure, again, trying to make diamonds. Well, they're trying to become rich as they may have a whole handful of them. One last touch, and you saw Chef lurking around just to see if there would be a mistake committed by a Sac State player. The challenge will not be able to connect, but Chef has been pretty darn consistent. You say that. Chef looking for the finisher, and that one will be a bouncer that Sac State wished they hadn't made. Montana State take the series 3-1.
Yeah, they're going to wish they had that one back. We're starting off here on the day. Big Sky competition, and Montana State absolutely flexing in our first competition. A 3-1 it was. This was just kind of a really weird game number 1. We look at outliers, we look at standard competition, what we expect. I think game 1 is more so of the outlier. That was Sac State that put up 4 scores, which of course is twice as many as they scored in the other 3 games, one of them going to overtime as well. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah. The other 3 games, I mean, we saw 1-0. We saw this 1-0 that went 0-0, just nothing into overtime. And then we saw a 4-2. And like you said, that one was kind of just the likes of the Bobcats not being ready. On the other side of this current group, we do have confirmation. Weber State was able to take a 3-0 sweep over the Idaho Vandals. So, 3-1, 3-0. Remember, the tiebreakers come down to who are the top 2 of these 5 Big Sky teams. So they got to be able to make this be quick work, because the further you go, the less that plays in your favor.
Yeah, and also, I mean, because we're doing round robin as well, it's conceivable to believe that towards, like, technically round 3, but really like round 4 is where we'd be looking at it, where teams start to get eliminated as well. Like there's no capability for them to come back. Now, if we're looking at Sac State, a 3-1 loss here, not that bad whatsoever. Obviously, a 3-2 would be better when we come down to our tiebreakers and whatnot. All of those qualifiers after that to see, okay, this team has the same record. Now we're looking at win-loss records within maps and whatnot, Monkey Man. That is a situation we'll visit again here a little bit later on in this competition. For now, though, we're going to get this one set up. We have the University of... Oh, yes, the battle for Montana. How I've built it before. University of Montana taking on Montana State. The loser of this, unfortunately, will be forced to pack it up and take it to the edges of Montana, the boundaries of Montana, whether you're going to... I'll be dead honest right now. I couldn't name one state that borders Montana, and that's my fault. That's my fault. I'm just an ignorant person, just dumb. Honestly, at the end of the day, here, folks, it is early, but really, it's just a lower IQ capability for me to be able to remember what states are actually bordering Montana. North Dakota, is that?
I think that's to the east. I think Idaho's to the west. I think Wyoming is to the south.
I got you. I'm not going to revel in my ignorance here, people. Idaho to Idaho. Yes, North Dakota and South Dakota. Yes, thank God. Okay. We're going to go to a very short break. We're going to stop punishing you people with my absolute ignorance of geographical information in the United States of America. And we'll be back with you for more disappointments from FBI Tugboat.
No. Is it Pichu? No. Is it Wario? No. I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it... Did I say the X-Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, all right. Oh, is it one of the links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
First try.
Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer? Oh my God! I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about, like, 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place.
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see.
The Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah.
It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's third, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in Week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct tight angles make it tough. You have Axorus that actually gets a wallbang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, give it up for the util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're gonna spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Cena, Sledge option going to be charging forward smash, going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit, and pick getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy! Dripsy connects off the backboard! What a shot! I watched it unfold slowly! You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here, 2 Omen smokes coming out. 1, Spec
Oh
just finds 3.
What?
Straight through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
here in this clip. We're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing his stock right now for Concord would be really bad. And, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilence, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. And on the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E-United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in a passion pit, seeing all the college kids.
Hello and welcome back. This competition is getting just as fire as my sunburn here. FBI Tugboat here with Hail Monkey Man. Now, we're going to be looking at, staring down the barrel of the battle for Montana. Yes, the loser of this competition here, Monkey Man, is going to have their text messages read aloud by the governor of Montana all the way through next week. All 3 members as well. If you're a coaching staff, you better get deleting those text messages as well. The battle for Montana starts, well, I'd say right now, but in about 60 seconds or 90 seconds or so, whenever these players want to get a lobby.
I actually saw that because Montana did, University of Montana, the Grizzlies did not have to play in the previous matchup and they got to watch the Bobcats, they actually added an extra stipulation. Not only will the text messages be read, but the loser will also lose their season passes to the only thing to do in Montana, which is to go to Glacier National Park. So, so you better be clutching those passes as much as you can and as hard as you can to your controllers as well. So, you know, this was the battle between the Grizzlies and the Bobcats. It's just wildlife being wildlife.
Wildlife being wildlife. Yes, the battle for the 4th largest state in the United States of America. I'll admit to you folks, I knew that Alaska was number 1 up until about last week. I thought that, up until last week, now as of last week, I know that Texas is the 2nd largest state in the union. California, obviously, 3rd. Montana, out here, number 4. Big sky indeed. Big land as well. I'm not sure here for the 4th largest state in our union. Beating out New Mexico by a fat 26,000 square miles. Love to see it. Love to see it. Now, there's loads to do in Montana. There's loads to do in Montana, and just about all of it can be found in Glacier National Park now as well. Now, it's just funny, folks. Like, we were looking at, like, I literally just Googled Montana, right? And one of the things now on Google is the pros and cons of Montana. Let me list you the cons right here. Lack of survival skills in the wild, wild west, as if you're still filming the movie or something like that, right? Allergies to snow or cold weather. I did not know that one could be allergic to cold weather. The 3rd con, of course, lack of other Montanans, lack of other folks and whatnot, because, as we know, Montana is one of the least populated states in the union. We'll see how this one goes. Grizz and the Bobcats coming on in here for the first game.
You got to think that the Grizzlies of University of Montana, they may be in fact a little bit cold. Hopefully, no allergies to it. They're already looking for chances to get hot, and that is happening right now. We do have a flip of colors because Montana State Bobcats were in blue in their previous match, and so Now they're playing on the side that they just were able to take the W from. Chef and the gang, great transition. While that one will be on target, it's going to be Hey Crew. It's able to get there in the nick of time.
High Crew and the rest. Ham over here giving them the business. Going to be looking at 60 seconds in this competition. Very similar to our previous Sac State MSU competition. No scores early. No scores early. That was not the case early on in that best of 5 series as High Crew, Oki Finn, and AZ going to be going forth and do in battle.
Oki Finn. It's a bit of a soft touch, and they actually do win these. And for the longest time inside of that first minute, High Crew was kind of the only one that was really taking those initiations to get that ball kind of moving into a threatening position against Montana State. But since then, they've really been looking for infield passing, missing a challenge there, and Ham is going to rotate away. Froyo has to persist and give that one back over to a teammate from the back wall because of that demo, but that turns into a banger the other direction, and it will be returned to sender by High Crew. Montana State really can't buy time on the defensive half of Montana.
Yeah, so gonna be just outside of 2 minutes into this one. AZ coming up to a nice stop right here. Has to burn everything. Flip reset past the teammate. High Crew looks flashy up top. Chef with a more methodical stop.
Oki Finn, and that's going to be High Crew getting bumped all the way across. You know, we've seen 0-0s today. In fact, I just saw a little bit ago. Oh, that's an opportunity, which will fall short of the post. They're going to try and bang it to the backboard, rotate through. A demo makes it happen. AZ from A to Z takes down Chef, opens up chances. And it took, what, 3 or 4 shots, but the Grizzlies finally get it done.
Yeah, this is literally like, I think everybody on the side of the University of Montana getting an opportunity at this one. 10 seconds outside of halftime. We have a mild lead indeed here for the Grizz squad.
AZ really had been kind of a support main for that opening minute and a half or so. Looking for another chance, as that's a great push by that pass. Just kind of popped it up high, and Ham tried to finish it. But now you see the rotations by the Bobcats. Bears got to eat, but Cats got to swipe, and they've been doing that a lot at this ball. Trying to be able to just move it into the box and slam it on down. But the defense right now, you got big Grizzly Bears, and they've been standing in the way. And Montana just giving up inches, but not the full mile.
I like it. I like it. Kind of measuring things that you have to give on over between spacing and possession. This is a really weird ball across the middle. I was going to say, like, University of Montana just kind of gifted this possession. 100 seconds left right here off the middle. AZ kind of comes up and postures up like, hey, you put this across, I will block it. Defender just, you know, employs the Mr. Miyagi technique, right? Best block is to simply not be there. Just simply waits for this player to not be there anymore. Continues on. Back and forth we go. Where we stop, I do not know. That is the freest goal of Froyo's life.
Still took timing, though, and that's Chef that was able to dime it up, and they got that one on an extension and then just killed all the momentum. Drop that one straight, crash through, be there when you need to be there, and for all of the push and prod that the Grizzlies were able to find early on, Montana State do have themselves at least a tied-up venture. Not getting on the first try. High Crew make sure the second one does.
5th shot attempted here. About a minute 16 left, and that's going to be everything right now for the University of Montana. They stay in the trailing position for just a couple of seconds. A couple of seconds as was. High Crew says they don't like the situation. I'm going to go ahead and change their topography. Wait, no. Change your geography? What's the Jimmy Buffett saying? Change your attitudes and latitudes. There you go. Sorry.
I was waiting for the topography. I want to know what kind of new designs they're going for.
High Crew, 6th one, and this is, again, free as free gets. Costco sample, man. Air that you breathe, water from the skies. Free as free gets.
And AZ made sure that it would be very discounted because they got that great bump stop on the rotation, because otherwise I had a chance to be found. But otherwise, University of Montana replicating much of what Sac State was able to do before in Game 1 against Montana State. But this time around, as it drops. You do have 2 defenders double committing. And so far, Montana State really has been able to find kind of their wits about them. They have been able to get some counter plays, just soft extensions, but otherwise, this one's becoming a little bit worse for wear. Might have to just chalk this one up, being an L, but that's the Grizzlies. They're coming off of a soft bye in round number 1, and they want to take down their in-state rivals. Remember, it's all about the text messages. How many hey you ups are we gonna see? I don't know.
Uh-oh. Like, will they be 2 a.m.? Oh my goodness, high crew right here. 8th shot in, and my eyes deceive me. 8th shot attempted, and now throw a cap on top for high crew right now. 4 and 1 earned early. Now, you know what it is? You know what it is here, Hail Monkey Man? The difference coming in, University of Montana, AZ knows that their mother's in chat. There's going to be no text messages read in front of the mom. They are playing like their life depends on it, simply because it does.
They're just trying to delete as many as they can between each rep moving upfield. So
we know those iMessages are hard to get rid of, friend. We know those iMessages are hard to get rid of, especially if you're the account holder, which Rockmom might actually be. Regardless here, folks, 4 and 1 in this first one. I think this just simply comes off the back. We boiled this one down across like a very, very competitive and like back and forth matchup between MSU and Sac State earlier to like more methodical Rocket League right now. This is simply the difference between time of possession. Straight up, Monkey Man. This was University of Montana. This is the Grizz squad that simply spent way more time in the offensive third. Going forth, having possession, putting shots up. They say the defense wins championships. Folks, that's American football. That's not Rocket League. You simply have to have opportunities. You have to go forth and you have to pressure goals. You have to put these shots up frequently to go forth and actually try and take a competition. Now, we're looking at a 4-1 scoreline as well. I gotta say, I did not see like such a blowout as well. 4-1 right here. It scored difference of 3.
I do, but only because check out how mirrored this is. Young Ube in our previous match, they were the one that opened up disruptive level offensive output in game 1, and that was a 4-0 diff over Montana State. 4-1, yeah, they're warmed up. They did take it, at least the competition pace against Sac State. Should be able to bring it to this round, but this is a completely different ball game. You have your in-state rival, and they're facing off against a team that is very fresh, straight off the rip, and High Crew was the one that was doing that. You're talking about 8 shots at least from one player. They will find a way, at least they have to find a way to kind of slow that one down. Double demo, awkward positioning. All the players from Montana State trying to figure out if they got to do the wave to find a connection on that ball. And AZ looking for another shot. That one's going to ring off the opposite side post. They almost had it for themselves.
Yeah, AZ almost straight up put this one up for themselves. The double tap right there to the cabeza. Almost for the first goal in here. Now 60 seconds in, no scores on boards quite yet. Not definitely 8 for lack of trying. AZ looking fantastic across the middle. That was perfect handling, but just gets this one interrupted on the way. Minute and 10 in here. AZ now on over from the offense into the defense. High Crew, nice pop play on over. Gonna have 37 boost as well. Easy takeaway though from Chef after Montana State dropping game number 1. Almost a gifted goal right here, but Chef, again, let the man cook.
Trying to cook. But they've been running out of steam as they get to that back wall, and then there's so many defenders just standing in the way. University of Montana, they still press, looking for a double tap. AZ, they do clang it off the crossbar, and it was a save, but it turns into a ricochet in. High Crew operating at a high pace and high speeds, and AZ, when they can't finish it, they definitely can.
Yeah, seriously, 40 miles per hour is going to be something like, 55 kilometers or something like this for our Canadian folk. 3 minutes 18 seconds here into game number 1. The Grizz put this one up and early. Now a hit down bottom. Okie Finn almost covers this one up. Montana State has kind of been double or even triple committing offense and defense the past ways. Right across the middle. AZ almost gets a kind of fender onto this one. That would have been deadly though to tie this one back up. 20 seconds outside of halftime.
For one more, and there's a couple good looks by Montana State. They actually had everyone rotating the right way, but they just weren't making that connection that ultimately was necessary to at least take a lethal strike. AZ playing very cheeky. Actually, no, that was not AZ. That was their teammate in Oki that was able to make a nice cheeky touch and bring it into the open zone where everyone was just fast challenging. Ham trying to slow things down, and AZ with a nice takeaway. And over the midpoint here of game number 2, it's as close as it was before. Well, only 1 for the Grizzlies, but you got to really see Montana State taking some level of kind of push. They had a tied moment in game number 1. Great extension. That's going to be Chef that does at least keep that one from finding a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, so 2 minutes. Still plenty of time for Montana State to bring this one back, but off the back of a one-score affair in game number 1, getting quadruple scored against. Looking at a situation, Montana State simply got to bring this one back a little bit more. If I'm looking at ways that Montana State actually takes this competition, I'm just looking at demos straight up. This has not been an incredibly physical game so far, Monkey Man, and that is always that trick that you can kind of pull out from the sleeve here and go forth. Simply make the numbers in your advantage a little bit.
Hardest part, though.
Dear. Okay.
That was a great clear, or at least put away to the corner by AZ. Hardest part about being able to get demos, especially at this pace, is being able to keep up with the speed and then find them in that rotation. Now, that's when they're tracking backwards. That does lean its way all the way to the goal line of Montana. So Montana State does at least disrupt this rotation. High Crew is left from the backboard, and they're challenging just above the box. So if they do get them, it's going to be in the most opportunistic moment if they can, or at least not allowing for Montana to have this just triplicate of opportunities, because they've let them exist for too long in their defensive half. Crash in the box. Oki Fen looking for another chance on that strike, but then everyone, look at all this space. They have so much time to recover and rotate.
Oki Fen, solid play off the side right here. Bounce plays. AZ gets the tap right there, but that's just a little bit too high. Now across the middle, big boost on the way. I'm gonna say that's the insurance goal that goes forth and pays them the premium here. At 23 seconds left, Montana State unfortunately coming off the back. There's about 10 minutes, only 1 score actually made in. Hail Monkey Man.
It's been a while. That's the only one rocking through and then just taking advantage of the read that you think everyone's going to make, and in fact, they do. They think that shot is going to be hot and about mid of the net. They just bowl it, stick it to the ground. Shot on target. Chef is looking for the immediate clang back, but because of the overcommit, this one should be able to put it off. We don't have much time remaining, and though a little bit of bullying is happening, Struck actually is here as well. So Montana State, they're going to be dropping down 0-2. It's going to be game, or match point rather, for University of Montana as the Grizzlies come out growling.
Yeah, that they do. We'll be looking for some swipes back here from the Bobcats. That's Montana State University coming hot off the heels of a W there. And that was Sac State a little bit earlier. 3-1 victory that was in the first match right here. I got to say, it just kind of seems like Montana State University is just consistent. Like they have the game plan, and there's no shifting from that. You have to be malleable within the great game of Rocket League. And if we're talking about shifting game plans, so far, that's University of Montana thus far. So far, that is High Crew, AZ, and Oki Fen right here. Now, you and I even have seen University of Montana many different times, and generally, like, I feel like this kind of shakes out to the same sort of way. High Crew, super offensively. AZ, more of that support role, obviously getting some goals themselves, with Oki Fen more so playing the back role. Now, that's the only thing that bothers me about this University of Montana State squad, University of Montana squad, because this is a game plan that can be read out easily. If you're always trying to have a defensive player, then going forth and getting a demo against them will frequently unfold awesome offensive opportunity. Got to be malleable within the great game of Rocket League. We'll see how this battle for Montana does go. There's a 2-0 lead for the side of University of Montana. Text messages read by the governor. That is what's on the bill here today. Nicely done. AZ right here. We're all holding our breath there for a second.
Everyone desperate to definitely not have mom, dad, maybe even current significant others know about what exists on that phone. And you know, you've got it backed up somewhere. You got to remember your password, your usernames. There's a lot of recovery, maybe some two factors that are going to be coming in. And you've been talking about this definitely has kind of a blueprint, a template in mind, but I would definitely say it's an adaptable one. You have Oki Finn, as well as ahead of Oki Finn, the likes of AZ, right here, proving my point. When Haikyuu is that hyper-offensive component, AZ can also fill in the gap off of chances that Oki Finn is setting up. So it doesn't always have to be one striker. They definitely spread the love.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. That's going to be the second here for the University of Montana. Super early as well. How this really goes forth and shows disparity from our first two games is that, you know, 4-1 game number 1, 2-0 game number 2. Very few of these goals happened within the first minute, even the first 90 seconds or so. This one's starting off a little bit early. If we're talking about pros, cons, Montana, I gotta say, I was looking through the list. Fifth on the list is that it snows heavily in winter in Montana. I almost expected the next thing on here. It rains a lot in Seattle. It's hot as hell in the desert. Other like very obvious statements right here.
Is that a pro or a con? Which part is that?
It's listed as a pro, but my favorite nicely done, a little walk the dog situation there for Struck. This one brought back. I gotta say, the 7th pro on here is that people in Montana live longer than those in Missouri. I did not know there was a Montana-Missouri kind of rivalry right here, but hey, right there. 78.5 years for Montanians, 77.5 years for Missouri. Out here just dunking on Missourians?
Missourians.
I
mean, if you really think of it, I mean, it is a state of misery, right? Hey, yeah, I'm here all day, guys. Kansas City is a pretty deadly place. So, you know, when you compare that to literally all the campsites that people live in Montana, I'm sure that the death rate is a little bit higher. But mortality rates aside, we're looking at the livelihoods that Montana State, the Bobcats, will be able to live through here in their second series in their third game. And right now, they're only down 1 as Struck did find a chance, but looking for the scoop and the whoop. They can't quite get that one to boop through, but midpoint here of game 3, you do have a little bit of fight, and Struck has, you know, they did trade in for Montana State. I want to see if they can be able to strike true again, but it's AZ that pushes in opposite.
There you go. There's the hat trick showing off here. Also, gotta say, 2 shots, 3 goals. This man is manufacturing goals like straw from gold. I love it. Rumpelstiltskin. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. The insurance goal now purchased for the side of the Grizz.
150% ability to score, which, you know, some coaches they hope for that in a you know, cat poster kind of way, but truly it just exists for AZ. Great save though. Haikyuu proving they're just as defensive as they are offensive. Ham, nice soft touch, crossbar in and out as Haikyuu again comes up with another save. Chef has to be able to joust through. You were talking about the necessity for some more physicality, and they're just not able to persist. That one again clanging off the crossbars, and they're gonna have a 4th attempt as this one at least just skirts around inside the box. Montana trying to make it worse for the Bobcats, but the Grizzlies are just, you know, keeping that push going.
Speaking of, 100 seconds away from a Montana State L right now. They gotta strike back, and they gotta strike back right now, and unfortunately this is coming off the back of a 2-0 lead. The shutout pitched in game number 2, because they tell me that hockey and baseball huge in the state of Montana. That's AZ with a home run as well. 4th shot attempted, 4th goal, and we call that one a Texas hat trick, even though, as we know, Texas ain't Montana.
They are not, and they're also at times, actually a lot of the time, worse in baseball than Montana.
Yes,
so
100%
yeah, which is unfortunate, because go Rangers, not Astros. Go Rangers. Haikyuu looking to go from end to end. Great dribble. Look at this one. Just takes this one straight off the nose and never lets go.
Yeah, this is just kickoff opportunity right here. Montana State University has popped the top of their, no, I guess they call it pop out there, right? Not soda, not Coke. It's a pop. And Montana State has popped the top of their offensive. They realize that if it's going to happen, it's going to happen right now. You pour it all over the offensive. Defensive can be neglected. Redheaded stepchild.
I've been told that whenever they celebrate big victories, instead of like spraying the champagne, it's just a bottle of pop. So
Bottle of pop.
Bottle of pop. Pop the pop is what they say. I'm sure that's said somewhere. So.
I'm sure that those words have been spoken before, yes.
At least at one point in human history.
Ooh.
Looking for a 1-2. High Crew again. Coming up with these stops that, are becoming big necessities for the Bobcats to get even just a glimpse of hope. But hope is just an illusion at this point. 30 seconds remaining. They got to get their offense to exist. And right now against the Grids, that is just tough to do. A 4-goal deficit that is just going to be too tough to climb, much like those Rockies out in the, actually, I don't think the Rocky Mountains are in Montana, right? No, it's just like upper mountains near Canada. I don't think so, right?
No, I'm pretty sure the Rocky Mountains go from like Colorado into Wyoming. I am showing my absolute ignorance of Midwestern geography. I'm sorry, folks. Not exactly the shining point of collegiate education FBI Tugboat is, but a shining point of Montanian state rivalries here is the University of Montana. This is going to happen in 3 games. This might be a 5-3. It might be a 2, or it might be a 5-2. Might be a 3-5. Might be a 2-6. Doesn't matter in result. All the same. The University of Montana's text messages remain safe for now. For now, folks. For now. Maintain or watch your U up texts.
So the Rocky Mountains in Montana can be found in western part of the state, and they stretch from the border of Canada to the north on down to the southern borders. As well, they're a group of 1,623 named peaks within the western central part of Montana. So yeah, apparently that's
crazy. Yeah,
that's a ton of mountains. So hey, I just for some reason I see like Colorado, and then I try to like visualize the mountains going up that way, and I just didn't see like spreading that far. I don't know. I'm just bad at maps.
It is a mountain range, to be fair here, Monkey Man.
Yeah,
it is a mountain range, generally pretty wide thing. At least wider than I am. At least wider than I am. You know,
a tiny bit.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little bit. They got me beat. Regardless, a 3-0 victory. That was 4-1 in game number 1. A 2-0, which I gotta say seems much more like the norm and less like the outlier right here, the 2-0. This seemed like a competition all the way through, outside of like the second half of this third game. That seemed like incredibly competitive in a situation where either team could have has had some fancy plays, put up 2 score in about 30 seconds or something like that, and really made this one a competition. As it is, definitely towards the latter half of this third game, this is the Montana State University squad that was just trying to beat back, just trying to push away the tides and slowly try and gain something right here. Just didn't happen at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is a team that they can be able to take the next several rounds, be able to figure it out. And of course, on the other side of our current round, I want to see what results that maybe we do or don't have. It's currently up 1-0, or rather, no, it was 3-0 of Sac State over the Idaho Vandals. So congrats to them. They do recover after losing 1-3 to Montana State. So everyone in the thick of things as Weber just kind of sits there and claw gaming. We're going to be able to see them later. But, for right now, we got to see this one settled. The governor will be asking for all of their phone records very soon. Not the NSA, just the governor, just to see what you guys have been doing in school.
Yep. You up text messages, ridiculous receipts from Uber Eats. That's another thing, another embarrassing thing, right? Just how much you're ordering your DoorDashes, your Uber Eats and whatnot. Other embarrassing things, extensions on papers and whatnot, right? Trying to hit the professor. Hey, I had to, I'm not going to say anything crazy. I had to, fill in for a shift or something like this the past weekend and stuff, and really you're out here hitting Billings, Montana's breweries or something like this, if you're of age, of course. Like something like this. Embarrassing things on the phone. Regardless, and we're, of course, just joking around. This is going to be the University of Montana's taking it in 3. Break coming up in just a little bit. Hail Monkey Man, do you have anything else for the good people before we go to a very short break?
Heck no, better be ready for the Vandals. This will be their one and only time to make it onto the stream today unless they make it to the final. So please be back with us here in just a moment.
Epicenter of the Passion Pit, seeing Rocket League League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash. Just, it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey. I was a little...
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2, your minds are going to be blown here in week number 3. Let's take a look at what these players brought to the table this week. We wanted a banger to kick things off strong in our 8th slot of the week, and let me tell you what, CU definitely coming in clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Ooh. Another good shot. Pancake with that shot.
Oh, get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Okay, they've got to move. There's the initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And
There's not a lot of coming back from that one. The fawn, it's...
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on bind. They were 2-round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make a free and clear take on the site unless Moses able to lock it down with a 3K. It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found.
IETP, that must have been, he just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once, but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Lyric, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space. And the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
Very high. Oh, but that nice neutral B off
beautiful
stage.
snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Lyric, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
Oh my god.
seconds into game
You don't get
number
much better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, Suni Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. Get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away so they know about him close. Well, the rumor will give it away. Let's tuck the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's
Okay.
over.
Good. All right.
Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. You owe me a soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gust.
One enemy remaining.
Never mind.
Ace.
Classic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny can't.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Yurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a cap and buy them a stay of execution.
And with that, folks, ECAC highlights of Week 3 have come to a close. Let me tell you, it's been a pleasure getting to reminisce on all these fantastic moments with you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into
it.
Corner judge is good for 1, 2. Yeah, he needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for week number 4 of the ECAC Top 8 Plays of the Week. Now, at this point, you're probably realizing 2 things. 1, that's right, I'm going to be with you all season long as we jump through the best moments of every week. And number 2, Wow, Septilance really only wears one thing when he's not on the clock. And I can't even defend myself. It's a comfortable outfit. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into week number 4 and see what these players brought to the table to beat out their opponents and be victorious. Wake Forest was already up a game, there were 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just couldn't find that first point to take the lead and put them up 2-0 in the series. But in a final moment of success...
Oh, brother. Oh, we got embarrassing stuff here. The end of the Montana State University rivalry. We got the text messages right here. Reading it from the governor as well. Ham, the triple text, 11 p.m. Come on. Come on, guy. Come on. We all know there's just no hope. There's no hope at that point. Chef, right here, the video of you not returning your shopping cart. Come on, guy. You think your time is more important than the rest of us? And Froyo, oh, Froyo, Monkey Man's got that one for you guys.
Yeah, this one was when Froyo actually lost their job at the Montana Zoo. And it was for apparently trying to wear the otters as socks. So
otters as socks. Hate to see it.
They're nice and warm and cuddly, but don't put them on your feet. Come on, man.
Look, there's other waterproof ways to make sure that your feet don't get wet, folks. Froyo, what do you do? What are you doing? Oh, we're having a lot of fun here. We're having a lot of fun here. University of Idaho coming up here in just a little bit. We're going to still have a University of Montana school, excuse me. University of Montana on this one. We'll still be hearing plenty, of course, from the Montana State University squad. University of Montana looking great so far, just coming off the 3-0 victory here against their cross-state rivals. Again, that was 4-1, 2-0, 5-2 across those games, 1-3 here, Monkey Man. We got some fiery Rocket League coming up right here. University of Idaho, though. We have not seen them on broadcast yet, Monkey Man.
And it's been something that hopefully Idaho can improve upon, because right now they are at an 0-2-0-6 margin of difference when it comes to this round robin. We were talking about the tiebreakers coming into play. Well, that's going to be big for the Vandals. If they do not get themselves some game wins, especially a series win, they're not even going to be considered. But Grizzlies, they're going to try and start off fast, furious, hot, heavy, high crew already, looking for big chances, challenges upfield. Idaho has to be able to stop these, and it's been tough for them to find any kind of success so far.
Yeah, so we're looking at Jack, Boofless, and Weedle coming on, Weedles, excuse me, plural, coming on in here for the University of Idaho. I gotta say, that's probably the best logo we've seen so far, right? The Vandal Esports logo. High Crew doesn't care about your logos, doesn't care about aesthetics, cares about numbers, the numbers, Mason, and points on the board.
You definitely tell University of Montana theirs is made more for baseball. Riz, like the way the swirl happens, that one's definitely like baseball in concept. I do like the Vandals. That's very esports driven. Has the cool, like, it's kind of Viking horns, but Vandal is like way different. I think
like the Vandals and the Visigoths. Again, folks, I am not a smart individual, and I've been many years outside of college now. Boofless, oh bro, hate to see it. Hate to see it. Heartbreak Hotel has been checked into, folks. The occupants right now at the University of Idaho, as they are behind after Boofless gets the most open net situation that can be gifted. AZ returns fire with one of their own.
They're Boofless in Helena, much like Scoreless in Seattle out here. Outside the first minute. Just, I mean, so far, Montana, they were kind of given a gift of a great counterplay off of this, that whiff, and they're looking for another chance. So Weedles, which, by the way, top tier starter Pokemon, maybe not the main starter, but over in the bug section. So if you want to go find them, get that B drill. They've been trying to drill for a few shots. Look.
Come on.
It is great.
Bug Pokemon starter. Come on.
It's great. What's your favorite starter? Now you have to tell me.
Showing the age here a little bit. Of course, it's Charizard.
Okay. All right.
Of course, it's Charizard.
Charmander gang, rise up. That's fine. I do like fire starters.
All right. I'm with it. Fire starters, we'll see how this bonfire does go, because University of Montana, the Grizz squad, these Bears, putting up a solid one so far. Okie Finn kind of gets this one popped up. The pass doesn't quite connect on the other side. Now, a little bit of the University of Idaho offense.
Another opportunity, and AZ just pretty much finds an open net.
Wow.
Great extension. They win that one over the midfield, we haven't really seen Idaho put up a fight to that back line. Weedles does go up, but they're kind of caught in no man's land, and they're looking for Boofless to be on that rotation, but it's just a little bit too slow. And this meander, this execution isn't there for Idaho right now, and Montana has really been able to just find this speed. And how often have we been seeing it and saying it about AZ? Because originally we thought it was kind of a lot of high crew. Well, Okifin doing the same thing too.
Wow, so a slow burn turns into a full-on wildfire here as Okifin takes one off the top, cuts it with a fast shot, and the University of Montana. This Grizzly Bears not endangered by any means at a 4-0 lead. Still about 15 seconds outside of halftime.
4-0. Montana. I think they are coming off just red hot from that rivalry game that we got to see just a bit ago, and who knows, that could end up being a level of repeat that happens as well going into later term if a finals does come up. But you know, at this moment, Weedles gets a demo destroyed, eliminated, give it whatever kind of antics you want to. It has just been tough for them to be able to just make progressions upfield. Okifin to AZ, what a touch. That one's going to just be a little off the mark, but High Crew trying to give it another chance. And that one with the put through, you can't get in the first, you're going to get it on the second.
Yeah, so fifth shot in here, just a continued offensive pressure from the University of Montana continues. Boofless, couple shots in there, save as well. Not going to be enough for the University of Idaho. A little bit early, 2 minutes 7 seconds. That's enough time to bring this one back, Monkey Man, but at the end of the day, it's going to be incredibly hard.
Be very difficult. Honestly, when you see a 5-0 in game one, you kind of just start to say, all right, we got to get into our progressions. We got to see what can we find to disrupt this flow of Montana. And often this game is written away. We got 108 seconds left. Idaho, Vandals trying to at least find a way to entrap these Grizzlies in the cage, but these guys are very much outside of the zoo and all the 51 different species that you can be able to find over into the zoo of Montana. Make sure you go and check it out, because apparently the animals out, they are loose, they are wild, they are free, and they are roaming all over. I love the slow play by AZ, who's really been given a lot of chances just to kind of get creative into this defensive box.
Yeah, so 75 seconds or so left in this one. This is more of a situation that University of Montana has purchased, where this is kind of just a situation where Idaho just wants to find one to go, right? Put it in a doggy bag, put it in the fridge for later, either eat it, or if you're like me, you know, you forget about it for a couple weeks, and then you just throw away rotting food into the garbage and feel really dumb about how much money you've spent on food overall in your life. It's a constant cycle here, folks. It's a constant cycle, and it's one that University of Idaho is unfortunately going to be going through here if they do not find that one goal at least, and the shutout does get pitched. 5-0 is a brutal one as well. High Crew actually blocking AZ's defense. Okay, well, hey, doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if High Crew blocks their opponent's shot right here, AZ on the backside, because University of Idaho is still going to put this one in. Okay, sorry. No, that was Okifin. I thought that was Jack O'Brien that actually got the last touch on that one.
You could tell they were trying for the pre-jump. So just blocking a little bit too much, but they are just still bulldozing, and now maybe going for the fake play, see what they can practice from distance. Though they gain possession, they aren't able to just at least connect upfield for some of those more difficult compositions. Flip reset, High Crew going for the challenge, but 15 seconds to go. The Vandals, well, the good news is no matter how much you win by, it still is just one win, and those points don't carry over, as they're going to have another set time to reset going into game number 2. But game 1 with authority, the Grizzlies, will they find a 7th?
Wow, okay.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. 07 right here. James Bond coming on in here. 007 for the side. University of Idaho, unfortunately, can't quite find one a little bit early. Bird moat there at the end on the goal animation. The University of Montana really, really does put a solid foot forward here in this game number 1. They're coming off the back of a fantastic win against their cross-state rivals, against that Montana State University squad. They're coming off the back now of a 7-0. The shutout pitch, not just a shutout, like a very, very high-scoring game. You know, a massive difference, obviously, between a 0-7, like a 0-2, 0-1, something like this.
Yeah, I have seen people go down into a Brazil or 7-0, something like that. In game 1, I've seen series turn right around. Do I expect that out of this one? It's going to take some work. It really will require Vandals to stop just full-on challenges and wins being gained by the Grizzlies. They have been able to own the midfield, the sky, and everything in between their goal and then where they want to go score. Yep. It's been so tough. And the Vandals, I know they have the capability. It's just a simple matter of getting there before the Grizzlies can. But Grizzlies, you know, they're ready to continue just dominating this entire state, which shout out over to Vendor Cascas as they're able to tell us all about a fun fact. The nickname of Missoula, where the University of Montana resides, is Zootown. So, you know, got a lot of animals out there.
Zootown. Okay.
Zootown. Yeah.
Interesting. Never heard that one there before. Zootown. All the animals that reside therein, right? AZ gonna be trying to walk the dog into this one. Can't quite get that one so far. Now a little bit of defensive performance from the side of University of Idaho turns into offensive opportunity. Boofless over left side. Oki Finn trying to get up to this one and does. Nice hit. That's decently centered as well, forcing Canada's defenders left, right, and center. Boofless shot across the bow right here. Oki Finn's barely able to keep this one. Now still on the side, Idaho's defense.
Good challenge. Oh, will they crash the box? Looking for an extra opportunity, and they will bullet time this one to the top shelf. And what was Idaho keeping track of all these attacks? They do end up with a soft or hard double commit. Boofless trying to get there, but as Boofless comes from behind, just can't quite connect. So it is University of Montana with just a hard push. Be able to get through again, and you know it's the tiniest bit of difference that then is just made so glaring for Idaho to have to kind of fix, but they've done well through this first minute and more.
Big shout out Utah Grizz in the chat. Baked potatoes, that's their only statement. I like it. I like it. I can't disagree with it either. Can't disagree with it either. A potato will always be a form of food and its various forms of preparation that FBI Tugboat can get behind. My Irish ancestry coming out right there.
It's good old. You got your chives. You got your butter.
Oh yeah.
You got some cheese.
Oh yeah, cheese. The cheddar.
Yeah. Sometimes if you are or are not Tugboat, maybe some bacon bits.
Hey, come on! Now you're getting too crazy. Now you're getting.
Oh whoa! Too much. Too much.
Looking for this one, Idaho. Again. Got pitched a shutout against. That was almost perfect there. Weedles threading the needles. Not quite going to happen. Boofless puts this one up. Kind of abandoning that one halfway through is Jacob Bryan. Oh, boy. Boofless. They saw an angle that I did not. And gets this one across the side post right there. Boofless, another hit. Jacob Bryan flipping, turning, twisting, trying to get to this one. Can't quite, as Idaho's still facing a defensive pressure.
Each of the Idaho players has become just a little bit stockier, trying to be able to just at least win some of these challenges, get their car wider, maybe turn into a sumo wrestler. Great handoff. Boofless with the fake. Why not call it that? Because it turns into a secondary opportunity for the Vandals to maybe start crashing the box. This is a handoff between Oki Finn and AZ. No, that's High Crew, who through just sheer force of dribbling turns that into a double demo out in midfield space. AZ is going to be tracked by Weedles, who you were talking about threading the needle. They're trying to be able to just make use of any tiny gap that Grizzlies present to them. And, you know, this one is a much better call. You have an opportunity to strike it forward, but Boofless is out of boost. More like boostless right now. AZ trying to put this to the top of the box again for the last 100 seconds.
Boofless and boostless. Hate to see it. Rough life. Oki Finn. Defensive side gets the triple touch right here for a bunch of defensive clears. Now it's AZ running down the middle. Boofless last line of defense and is going to stand strong right there. High Crew left side bounce play as Boofless takes this one away again. Idaho getting in the offensive position they need to maintain for the majority. This last 75 seconds or so, they got to get one on the board, and not just for tying capabilities, but also for the mental, right? They spent a full 5-minute Rocket League game previously with no scores on boards. Not for lack of trying, though, folks.
And they've had a premium amount right now, and Buflis has always been that one that just is near sidewall with a chance to be able to put into the box. But now you have no support faculties between these guys because they take one touch and then hope that someone is crashing down. You can kind of tell that no one is getting that timing and the communication to really be there. Buflis, another challenge. It'll be a bit too short as they stay wall side. AZ with a corrective measure to try and put that vector on target. Okifin looking for the kill. They'll have the last man push up, and then it'll be high crew. Good rotations by the Grizzlies. They get their insurance goal.
Yeah, nicely done. So 2-0 score right now. It's going to be so difficult. We called the insurance goal for a reason. No need to call up Jake over there at State Farm. No need to hit up that Gecko, whatever the Gecko's actual name is. I know I've learned it at one point, but don't remember it right now because it's not important to me. No need to call them up. You got your insurance goal here on the board. University of Montana drops a goal. We'll just watch them go into a waste time type situation, maintain possession and hit this one up high. Buflis, no, it's Weedles. Nicely done. 14 seconds left in this game, number 2. As the University of Montana, I gotta say, they definitely didn't anticipate this one coming off the back of a 7-0 victory in game numero uno.
Keeping this one so much closer, and this one with enough time to make it at least possible. Maybe not probable, but with the 1-2 connections, Buflis has really been guiding the squad. They've been able to make some challenges, near side wall antics. That's going to be put back center, but it's going to be taken away as they do put it on targets. And though it was a threat, Montana, they do keep this one 2-1, but what great influence as well as progress made by Idaho. I hope that they don't take this one too much of a downer because they're right now in an upfield swing and an upward swing for success. They really could be able to force Montana into an even tighter situation in Game 3.
Yeah, straight up. Pressure creates diamonds, and nobody knows that more than the Gym State. That's Idaho. That's Idaho. Looked it up here, folks. We're coming with you with more geographical facts. Now, I think it's interesting that the official name is the Gym State. The unofficial name, of course, is the Potato State. They are serving 1/3 of the potatoes eaten in North America, which means, of course, that I have consumed probably my way through the state of Idaho. Probably all the way through.
At least all of Boise.
Yes.
I mean, let's be real. If all of them are right there, we've eaten the state capital.
Yep.
So, hey, maybe there's a chance. And definitely could be able to see that. Especially, I think Buflis created the same play about 4 different times in a row for the Vandals. And then they finally take measures to crash and go and get it. Now, that was made possible by sincere amounts of consistent challenges that are won at the perimeter, and that can be taken advantage of by the Vandals if the Grizzlies do not stand up a little bit stronger. But they've recognized that Buflis kind of is that playmaker. If they can get away from them, this one might be all done and dusted. But, that's why we have series play. It's game number 3. Montana looking for another sweep if they can.
Yeah, coming off the back of that 3-0 sweep, cross-state rivals. Looking at this one, yet again, a little bit of pressure here from Montana and early. A little bit of demo action, too, as well. So, going to be looking at a situation where this might get a lot more numerous with demos and whatnot more.
Buflis, seeing how awkward that is, somehow backflips, makes a connection as the Grizzlies are looking to just take advantage of 50-50s. Buflis and Jack O'Brien in the same exact spot, but Jack O'Brien will elevate first. Buflis is going to rotate away, and that actually gives them an extra chance, an extra look. At least sky it. 1-2.
Okay.
Wow. That was a shot and a half.
Yeah, they heard that one in South Dakota? Yes. Okay, sorry. I will admit I almost had to look it up again. But yes, no. Cross borders. Cross Nations, University of Montana right there with an absolute banger. High Crew takes the lead for University of Montana decently early, about 45 seconds into this one. AZ just walking the dog all the way in. This is a super dangerous situation. Jack O'Brien reads that one, gets it out. The source of, oh boy.
trying to do a bit too much, but when you don't quite know if your teammate is ready for it. Boofless was going to be there to make the second approach, but it's that awkward moment. The ball is dropping right next to you. You know the next bounce is going to your goal line, so you're going to make an attempt, even if it's a bit awkward. That's something that has to, in that moment, just chemical reaction be a little bit faster. And unfortunately, it ends up diming an opportunity over to the Grizzlies, so this becomes a 2-0 early. Boofless putting it out to midfield. Weedles and Boofless, really those two have been kind of the main sense of security and success for Idaho, and you get these upper field, upper sky, big sky plays coming out of the Grizzlies right now.
Big sky, a lot of clouds, a lot of sun. Oh my god, Oki Finn. I don't even know how they managed to get this one in. Defender's basically right there, but this one's just so fast, yeah. So Weedles kind of challenges up for it. Jack O'Brien gets nothing more than a front row seat to the third goal here for the University of Montana. We're looking at 12 total scores across these 3 games for you, Montana, and only one side of the Idaho squad.
Great possession play to be able to fake out from kickoff and get that one all the way up, but they, again, just trying to be able to practice that when you can. Grizzlies don't come away with a 4th point. This does create an opportunity now as Weedles slows it down. Boofless keeps it there, and Jack O'Brien, they just kind of squeezed up a little bit. I don't know if that was Boofless or Jack in the wrong position. This becomes a 1-2 to be able to push in, and that's just navigating traffic. That's me trying to get off the interstate and move over into those suburbs, and Oki Finn doing that easily as they just can't quite make a connection.
Yeah, the good news is University of Montana, they don't have to worry about that one too much. I know that Bozeman is getting more and more populated by the day here, folks, but traffic, University of Montana, about as common as snow here in Nevada.
You know, I've been having so many snow facts. I didn't know that people could.
It's not very frequent. We live in the desert.
I know, but like, don't you get? I wouldn't be just talking about so much snow in Montana. I caught the initial thing. Is there not like any part of Nevada that gets any snow?
Nevada, first of all. Second of all,
okay, my apologies.
Yes, yeah, there are mountains that there's. I mean, the Rocky Mountains. Man, I'm just like flagrantly throwing my ignorance around on broadcast here today. I believe that the Rocky Mountains do extend into Nevada. Yes, I have also only been here for about a year and a half or so. So again, if you can ever excuse ignorance, folks, I'm asking you to do it right now here for FBI Tugboat, because I would at least admit. Oh man, that's an own goal, isn't it?
It was going to go in regardless because the defender was gone. Boofless had made this turn. It missed as it went low, and it was...
What was that?
I mean, yes. I mean, it was.
Yeah,
it was
I hear you.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's... What? No, you got to tell me, why is it Nevada?
That's just the pronunciation. I believe it's a native name.
Ah, okay. So I've just been wrong.
It's like how Colorado is like technically like Colorado or something like this.
What?
I'm sorry, Coloradians. Folks of Colorado, I'm sorry, I do not know how to pronounce the name of the state like technically, but I know there's not just Colorado.
Wow.
Redneck showing from FBI Tugboat here.
Hey, that's a lot of Texan too. Look, we call Colorado, okay? Is it not Colorado? Is that just how it should be?
Colorado. That sounds like an esports team, doesn't it?
It kind of does. Colorado top 90s, I think, is what would be in.
There you go. Yeah. Upper 90. Love it. Love it.
Miss them.
60 seconds. Oh my.
We're sharing the same brain cell right now.
We have one that is shared right now.
Separate mathematical quantities on the same just thought process, and it's being overloaded. We don't have enough for geography or math, but we got time. Well, but it's dwindling for Idaho to make a statement, and honestly, going down 0-3-0-9 might be kind of a death knell for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a shot made in every 7 seconds. That's just to tie this one back up. This series is over.
It's been kind of rough Idaho, you're gonna have to be able to play through at least one more series. They will drop, but it's gonna be Montana. They start off with a bye for these rounds. They're gonna go 2-0, 6-0 inside of the first moment. So with 10 to go, Grizzlies looking pretty good. They're gonna have other challenges ahead of them. So for this moment, this round comes to completion, and it's another sweep. Big Sky, they're showing there's just a little bit of parity with the main squads in this conference.
5-0 game capping off this competition, a 7-0 on into a 1-2, on into a 1-5. Monkey Man, before we move on to the next match, I really want to talk about this one a little bit more, like kind of how this one happens, because on the day as it's happening, it kind of seems like game 2 is more like the norm, you know, not necessarily the outlier, but that's 2 shutouts pitched here for the University of Montana. I mean, you know, 0-2, 0-1, 0 even 3, it's kind of like, okay, like this could have gone either way as it comes up, right? Especially 0-3, you know, maybe you pour it on to offense, you get that third score in the last like 10 seconds, something like that. But a 0-7 and a 0-5, try to help me make sense of this one.
So 0-7, 0-5, you have that just spur of the moment. That's the energy that always comes out from your initial start. I always talk about game 1 is not won by the team that is better exactly, but the team that's ready to start the series. And if you have that energy, that is when that just becomes such a dichotomous performance. By the end, especially if it becomes a sweep, when it becomes a 5-0, that's the team that's gained their confidence through the previous game and then just was never stopped. Because game 2 seems to be the reality, because that one was so much closer, but because they just kept winning, now you're able to play different. And that happens so often in Rocket League. You're just at this level, you can play loose, you can play just kind of with laughs, with jokes, and no one's been able to correct you, even if you're wrong or right. So that's just the squad playing how they want to play and being unstoppable.
Yeah, 100%. I have to agree right here. This was just a lot of pressure from the University of Montana earlier and later throughout the mid of this competition. This is a Idaho squad that was able to come forth, really put up an interesting and exciting game number 2, but series is going to end just the same way. Perhaps, Monkey Man, it's because Idaho is just such like a weird shape, honestly. When you're talking about like shapes of states and whatnot, you know, you get like you're aesthetically pleasing, right? California is just a, you know, the one good thing I can say about California, right? just like spread across, like, you know, all the way across the West Coast, right? Montana, nice, like, you know, even box, right? Nice, like, little rectangle. Idaho, though, is just like, you know, like a weird little finger, like almost like pointing up to Canada. Perhaps that's why. Perhaps that's a state diff coming in on here on this competition. University of Idaho, that's the Vandals, will be not knocked out from this competition by any means. We are looking at round-robin type competition on the day here, folks. But University of Montana going to improve, going to win, and looking fine within this Big Sky competition.
Yep, gonna see how this one all pans out. We'll go to the next one, but it's gonna be after a short break. We got a big sweep that just happened. What will the next one be? It's gonna be Montana State against Weber State. Let's see it after a bit of waiting time. What's gonna happen right now? That's a terrible transition. Let's just go, please go. Oh my goodness, go. Why is
Colton, save us. For the love of God, save us.
He's not in a production. He left us a long time ago.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Most people leave me at some point.
Seriously, look at Malone making advantages for himself.
Wow.
And he will put Wake Forest on the map. This game number 5 could just go their way.
I just want to say Malone just said, I'm going to show you what a Champ 3 can do. All right, buddy?
On a control map in Overwatch, your team must capture 100% of a point to succeed. 99 just won't cut it. King Rock from Keene University was fully aware of that and didn't just find a Death Blossom. He found a full-blown Death Garden to keep his team alive.
Sound barrier to go away as well, especially now that you have your own. It's going to be a little bit more breathing room. Doesn't look like the Winneco. Okay, there we are. Now it's coming up big. This Reaper has bloomed.
That was just gorgeous amount of patience coming.
GVSU Blue found themselves up by 5 rounds, and it's always better to turn that 5 into a 6. It's incredible, however, that this team doesn't always need all 5. It can come down to just one player and how much they can really GVS do.
An Illusion delivers with efficiency. 3 in a row. No time left, even if they had the chance at Orbital Strike out of the last.
This battle between Muskingum and St. Francis was insanely close. Only 3 players in a round, and there were 1 player left on both sides, both down to their final stock. Things were looking pretty strong for St. Francis, their Luigi only at 40%, but it was up to Splat to do anything but.
There. Just keep him off stage with that Zare. Oh!
If
Bad
block
spot
didn't-
right here
if
for
that-
Teo.
If that block didn't disappear,
Oh!
No way.
Oh! Just steps on the
pressure plate.
A tale as old as time, Pace White versus Pace Gold, and Pace White's morale was through the roof as they won a fight, but little did they know, this was Lofi's world, and they wouldn't be living in it for much longer.
Going in with the blade.
Uh-oh, Blade is out. It's hacked. It doesn't matter, though. Slashes away for 2. Looking for a 3rd. Looking for 4. Won't get it just yet on the Blade. However, the slash and dash works out. Lofi's got 3. Looking for everybody else on this team. It's a white.
The Inkling versus Ganondorf matchup is not very good for Ganondorf, but let's be honest, which matchups are? In this clip we're going to be watching as JD from Fisher learns the hard way that you never really want to meet an Inkling off stage.
Sooner if you don't find that kill confirm or that kill or a bomb off stage like that.
That
Caduceus
bomb
edge
angle.
guarding is so good today.
Yeah, that bomb angle was beautiful.
Week 4 of ECAC Rocket League was absolutely insane. CMU and FC were tied up 0-0, but it was Gand who told FC they shall not pass game number 2.
Side of FC, they've only got 1 player for a moment there. They're trying to recollect, they're trying to reposition, but how do you position around a pinpoint accurate shot like this? Gand goes crossbar down for the first goal.
Adams in reverse. Backed the defense off with that.
Whenever I'm on the mic for Valorant, you'll often hear the line, check your corners, repeated over and over and over again. And even with me not on the mic to tell them, I have a feeling this team may have learned that lesson.
Nah, he's got to take the shot.
Take it.
Oh yeah, sounds of teammates running on through and come on dive. The 4K on a completely unaware trio. And it's 11-0 right now.
And those are the top 8 moments we thought deserved just a little bit more time in the spotlight of week number 4 here at ECAC. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're interested in what ECAC has going on, we got something happening nearly every day of the week. So check us out right here. Editor, that's a challenge for you. Wink, wink. And folks, this has been all from me. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy this, and we've got plenty of weeks down the line. Can't wait to see what comes of them.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, you know, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And you know, us as well as all of our brand partners that we work with really recognize this. And I think that's really, you know, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing. At least, again, from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting. That at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix, so it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level, to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically, when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. That's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats, and I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from a competing, this didn't exist when I was competing. And just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CECC 23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job in this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, normally Paulie's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story, and I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us, and and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a free way of doing this.
All right.
Let's test it. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
How do you want to throw yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandel for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another ECAC weekly highlight clips. Now, I feel like I've been saying this every week, but this week in particular is full of some really unique kind of once-in-a-lifetime plays and clips and moments, so I'm super excited to jump into it with all of you. We're kicking things off with one of my favorites, Overwatch 2. University of Albany finds themselves back against the wall, 1/3 of the point already capped, but with a lot of great communication and a little bit of teamwork, they're able to snipe this fight back quickly.
Controlling these fights, and now are able just to go with the blade. It's gonna get one, gonna be able to get a few with the cleanup as well. It's just near team kill gonna come out. There it is, Moose Milk getting taken down.
Clip number 7 almost takes us back in time to Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where we would see Diddy Kong versus Meta Knight all the time. But unfortunately, EJJ from St. John's is about to find out that Benedictine was not kidding around.
Great catches Billy with a Gary. Oh, almost gets the Nero shield. Oh, 5. Yo. Oh my God.
Ooh, and not enough height. Yep, that was really well done by Kid there.
Number 6 here in week 5 is going to be an amazing play from Wayne State. Amatsugachi finds a huge needle thread and guarantees the first point goal for Wayne State against their opponents.
I've seen this play before. Amatsugachi just waiting for the ball to plummet down in the zone, the scoring zone that is massive dunk to get Wayne State on the right foot.
Hello and welcome back. FBI Tugboat here with Hail Monkey Man. We're here for the Big Sky competition on the day. We are very, very appreciative of being able to put on competitions like this here, folks, with the CECC. And, of course, we got to give shout-outs to the people, the organizations that make this happen. First off, that's Colton. That's going to be our producer on the day, making this possible, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. Colton, we appreciate you. As well as all the TOs and whatnot behind the scenes, everything else, getting that one done. And again, making our jobs as casters so much easier. Now, the organizations as well, the CECC Last Chance Qualifier is brought to you by the Zip Chair and Dream Seat. Now, as the official gaming chair for the NECC, you guys can head on over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair capabilities today. Now, you can check out their websites, their social medias as well, and everything else here. Now, Hail Monkey Man, let's hop on in to this one. Weber State taking on Montana State. Let's hit the good people with some Idaho facts here. Or not Idaho, what am I talking about? Utah facts, excuse me.
Well, Utah, I've only been to that state once, and that is a very, very salty lake. So I don't recommend it if you have high cholesterol. So you know, either way, I haven't done much in Utah other than just kind of fly through on my way to Montana of all things. I went to Helena. That was I think it was like a high school freshman year trip. So pretty place. But right now it's one of the main contenders as an undefeated team running up against this currently kind of 1-1 squad. And I'll be honest, we're looking at the standings, we're looking at our first 3 rounds completed, the 4th one coming up, and a lot of this competition has been sussed out. And it comes down to, if Montana State can win this, then we have a ball game between several different teams. Same thing on the opposite side with Montana playing against Sac State. But opposite of that, if Weber wins this and so does Montana, the next one pretty much decides it.
Yeah, exactly. Just giving you guys a breakdown. Now, of course, you can go over to the Battlefy, post that in chat and whatnot, and you guys can follow along with us as we go. But yeah, Weber State, University of Montana Maroon, they are hands down up there at the top. Now, the Montana State University Bobcats here, kind of chill in the middle. They are 2-1. See how they go on the day. Excuse me, they are 1-1 after their bye week, right? And we'll see how they go through on the day. MSU Bobcats coming on in here. Montana State looking to get something going. A little bit of bounce play earlier. Sad Boy Juice. Okay, we're picking horses, right? As far as our favorite names, Sad Boy Juice gonna be taking it down for me.
Yeah, that's one of the top tier names. I mean, you do have Ham out there, but I know how you feel about Ham. Yeah. Nova just coming out. They're red hot like a burning dying star, but that was Rivers that really just kind of put a great bank off of that corner. So Montana State, they know it's up against them. They know they need to win. They got to be able to go it over, and this is pretty much a cat fight right now. And it's been this team that has shown that they can recover off of a bad first game, but this is also them just having to be able to go against the pace of play from a hard striking offense.
You know what I just realized? All like culinary-based names from Montana State University as well.
Yeah.
Chef, Ham, and Froyo, frozen yogurt. I like it. I like a tasty treat, and from what I understand, a little bit healthier for you than your classic creamy ice cream. You know.
It does
take
taste
your
better.
nutrition tips from me, though. let me make that a big fat disclaimer right there. 1-0 lead here for Weber State. Utah, known as the Beehive State, which I did not know, and I think is pretty darn cool. My family and I are apiarists, meaning that we keep bees and have for many years. So the Beehive State out there in Utah, love to see it. Oh, an open net right here. Sad Boy Juice. He don't like my recounting of facts.
Yeah, that's all juiced up as Nova was just looking for a chance, and I love that Sad Boy Juice already looked for the turnaround instead of just rotating out and kind of going straight up lane. They curled back in, and it's to the top of the box right on time and on target to be able to force us into another 2-0. Here for Claw Gaming, making it 3 from the kickoff rotation. Nova just put that one on target and kind of forgot about it until it went through.
Champagne Supernova, not just an Oasis song, folks. That's Nova off the kickoff right here. 3-0 lead for this Utah squad. Now, State Bird for Utah. It is not the Utanan? Utan? That sounds...
Mutation. It's mutation.
Mutation. There you go. Not a mutation, but a mutation. The state bird, the California gull. Who'd have guessed it? Who'd have guessed it? Barring their state bird from another West Coast state. Who'd have guessed it?
It's a gull? Like
the
a
California gull. Yes, like a seagull.
Huh. In Utah?
In Utah. Who'd have guessed it? Who'd have guessed it? They do things by their own pace, I guess, down there in Utah. Up there in Utah, I should say. Coming from me, from Nevada.
Up, down, side to side. For me, it's very west.
Boy.
Okay, so this one's very much gotten away from us. So we were hoping, and still very well can see that there's a lot of offense that has to be accounted for, especially because we've seen Weber State really dominate when it gets into just running up the score. Montana State, Bobcats were able to kind of keep pace whenever they had that opener with SAC, and then they face off against their in-state rival, but This is one that may be a wake-up call. You can't just go to lunch and pretend that everything is going to be fine as you come back. And full bellies will make for some lethargicness. Weber State, rather. I will correct myself. They're just going to keep running it down because right now they have not seen any other reason to be afraid of this defense.
Yeah. Just like plastic surgeons in Utah should not be afraid as well, in Salt Lake City specifically, because Salt Lake City, Utah has more plastic surgeons per capita than any other state, or any other city, excuse me, in the United States. Which, if you take a trip out to California, just seems very unlikely, but, hey, if Google says it, then it has to be true.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, on your way to Cali, make sure you're definitely sticking around in this state because that is a good load of fun. Nova just slowing this one down underneath the crossbar where it needs to get on target, and that one continues to just run up the score. Maybe Utah is just a great stepping stone to get over to California. You get all of your plastic surgery done. You get some good honey on the way in, so you're all organic, and then you get to see some great Rocket League. So, maybe Utah's the place to be.
And you know what the best part about all that is? At one point, you get to leave California.
Yes!
2 minutes left in this competition. They say that Utah is the second driest state in the United States after Nevada, but it has been an absolute monsoon of goals here for them in this game. Number 1, Montana State just looking to strike back at this and try and turn this donut, this 0, into a breadstick, into a 1.
Chef. Everyone's been very culinary themed, but Montana State is currently starving for chances to just be able to get on the offense. Ham into this 2v1. They have a chance to be able to make that one bang, but even when they get it, they just fall a little bit too wide of the post. And that was one of their best looks, if not probably the only look we've seen permeate and come about for Montana State. The Bobcats really living on just hopes and dreams. Chef with another chance tries to get it away from Nova, who just makes solid connections, and they are just so confident for their lateral movement that just go up, wait for the read, and they've just done it so easily.
Yeah, so speaking of reads right here, 60 seconds left on into this one. Gonna have to open up the book and try and find something. Wow, an undercarriage shot right here. Another one, but Weber State gonna be able to deflect any offensive opportunity that Montana State tries to put up right here. Absolutely feasting. Weber State is, just like the rest of Utah and their Jello consumption. Because as we all know, with a larger ratio of population that are of the Mormon religion and they do not consume alcohol, apparently there is a large sweet consumption in the great state of Utah. I think that just makes sense.
I didn't know. Utah residents also eat twice as much Jello. So yeah.
There you go. I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
The perfect Google pitch right here.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I like it.
The Google find for this. They eat twice as much Jello as anyone else on the planet.
On the planet.
On the planet.
Not United States, not North America, not the Western Hemisphere or something like that. On the planet here, green Jello. That's a Utah thing, a Salt Lake City thing apparently. Here's another one, just like Weber State fried up Montana State here in game number 1. The first Kentucky Fried Chicken was not open in Kentucky. It was opened in Utah.
Huh.
Who'd have guessed it? Who'd have guessed it?
Okay.
Color me surprised. I know I look like a cherry tomato right now because I'm sunburned, but color me surprised.
They're also apparently known for, I did not even know this existed, pastrami burgers. Pastrami burgers. That's,
All right, all right, Weber State. All right, Weber State.
Yeah.
Get out. We're cutting out this craziness. What's going on here? What's going on?
This is a whole thing.
Pastrami burger.
Yeah.
Huh. How does?
I don't know. Like,
what did it just be a sandwich?
It just, well, apparently it's just they consider it a burger, even though like pastrami is like a thin meat, right? Or do you thick cut pastrami?
Yes. No, pastrami is definitely a thin meat. Pastrami is ham, right?
Right.
Oh my God. Again, flagrantly just waving around my ignorance around right here. No, so pastrami. This says, oh wow, really, really early goal here from Rivers. This flood might be starting early here. Now, pastrami is a food originating from Asia Minor, usually made from beef brisket.
Okay.
I thought it was ham.
So wait, it's a beef? I didn't know pastrami was beef. Okay.
Hey, if Google says it, it has to be true.
That's very
There's
true.
One thing I've learned in the past 4 or 5 years is that if it's on the internet, it has to be true.
Yes, that's the only truth in all of the internet. Is that it is real.
Nice pass. Oh my God, never mind. That was a demo aerially as well. Get the anti-aircraft guns out right there. That was it. Rivers going to be finding a second demo right here and early. These two teams getting physical early.
Chef is trying to cook at least a little bit of something up as they do get it beyond Rivers. And honestly, they've been able to name off so many fun facts because it's just been a singular fun fact of Weber State having fun. And that's at the behest and at the suffering of Montana State, having to jump over the threat of a demo. A flick that does go out to midfield, and Rivers is already there. Good car control, flip reset, but you can't get it away from a defender that is not trying to stop it. Passing play, Sad Boy Juice will have a little bit too much sensitivity as the dead zone on that stick makes him backflip. And one extra connection by Chef, by the sidewall man for Montana State does at least allow them to extend this pitch, but still 1-0. Need to see them get on the board with time remaining and with Weber State not in a position of just racking up these goals.
Yeah, so this was a 6-0 in game number 1 all the way of Weber State. Now 90 seconds into this one, we have a much more clear-cut, even-handed competition. Shot down bottom. It struck for Montana State University. Now, MSU, that was Ham and Chef earlier. Now the second one for Sad Boy Juice. Hopefully, this is going to be a good one here. Hail Monkey Man. Hopefully, even if Montana State University loses this, given their culinary-themed names, Chef Ham and Froyo, if they choose to go to Weber State, then they can pay their tuition in produce and meat if the year was 1931 and 1932, because at one point Weber State did accept meat and produce for tuition instead of money. Why? I have no idea. It's an incredibly interesting story that I don't have time to get into right now.
I'm pretty sure if I were to caution a guess, now you said 1931?
1931, 1932. Oh, Great Depression.
Yes,
right?
there you go. Yeah. That's right in the middle of all that suffering. So I'm pretty sure if money really didn't matter, people were just trying to survive and
stay afloat.
Yeah, and at this point, that's the same thing for Montana State. Haven't been able to get a goal, and the 1-2 connections they have been able to drum up have been very well timed. Nova can't get beyond Struck, who will at least get a piece of that ball. Playing for the hook shot by Sad Boy Juice in a great position to play on a neutral 50. And then Ham will chase from the midfield. So, 1930s, you can be able to actually pay off your tuition. Not quite a boomer moment because they weren't alive yet, but it is tough premiums to have to pay.
I guess baby boomers would have come, like literally the term comes from the baby boom after World War II.
Yeah.
I was looking at 1931, 1932. I was thinking like, oh, it's like because of rations and stuff, because of the war. Nope, definitely Great Depression right there. Monkey Man was a good call. Good call. Nova. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, the only reason I even know anything is because my mom was a history teacher. Shout out my mom. She's pretty great.
Shout out to the moms. We've had plenty of moms in chat, right? The University of Montana has consistently enjoyed a mom boost, a mom buff, if you will, so far. And there's going to be Montana State. You speak on their rivals, they will show up. Now a 6-0 game in game number 1 with about 100 seconds left here in game number 2 just turned into an incredibly close competition.
Has been more of our same pattern. Game 1, it opens wide. Game 2, it starts to close. Game 3, depending on how this one goes, if Montana State is able to kind of end that suffering of just cyclical suck, then hopefully they're able to get themselves in a position to keep the game 3 within reach. Looking for the double tap, the third man, or the second man not there, as they were hoping to finish this one, but look how long these rotations are for Weber. They are sending one up, keeping the last two just a couple back. It's just individual chances.
Yeah, just individual chances so far, kind of spelling out how Weber was able to go forth, take advantage of game number 1. That's a different situation here with 60 seconds left in game number 2. As we know, a lead of 1 is no lead indeed in the great game of Rocket League.
Ooh.
River's looking fine up top. It's the first time I've seen a river flowing through the air.
Gotta get to one of those Sky Islands, which is apparently where Utah really kind of lives. They are able to exist in the big sky. Oh, that's a great takeaway, and the immediacy of that challenge. They're gonna be able to put that strike on target. Ham, maybe it was a handoff to, but he's just too ham-handed. Now with less than a half minute to go coming up, Montana State, they want to crash the box. They want to be able to end this supremacy that Weber State has been able to push up with, but it's awkward rotations defensively. Better watch out.
Yeah, I guess we can't really be too surprised. University of Idaho, Montana earlier started off their series of the 0-7 banger, and then got to game number 2 at a 1-2. Who'd have guessed it? Can't really be too surprised when you use the past to predict the future. 1 second left. We got a little sudden death type situation. Doesn't choose to play it. Weber State gonna be taking this one on in a game number 2 situation, pushing it on to series point. Or series match point?
Same.
Series point?
Same thing.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. I guess the key that we see right now, this is complete mirror to what we saw before. 7-0, what was it? 2-1, and then ended 5-0 in our previous series. 6-0, 2-1. Does that mean we just go lesser, like 4-0?
4-0, there you go.
Yeah.
I like your thinking, Monkey Man. I like your thinking.
Easy math. Easy math. But Montana, we have seen them, like you said, be able to actually find success as these cycles go on, but they again suffered at the end of it by their in-state rival. They need to win. That is flat out the truth. They must win through this and be able to get this series, or else I think that we're looking at the end of a tunnel where we're just getting their in-state rival to be able to be in that final.
Yeah, and an update for you guys. Sac State Green has dropped 3-0 fashion to the University of Montana, so they're going to be sitting real pretty going into our round number 5, round 4 ending right now, of course. Be looking at I don't want to say that it's going to be the same just because we have like similar teams in the same competition or something like this, but Montana State just has to show us a lot more in this game. Number 3 to go forth and really get a solid like caster prediction for extended Rocket League. We've really only been seeing 3-0s throughout the day, I believe. Yeah, I mean, we kicked off the broadcast of that MSU Sac State 3-1. Or no, excuse me, that was Weber State University of.
It was
Nope,
Sac
I'm
State.
dumb. Nope, you're right. We've seen Sac State already.
Yeah.
MSU and Sac State went down to the 3-1. That has been the only 3-1 thus far. Everything else has been 3-0 fashion.
Unfortunate for some of the striking as well from Montana State, because right there, early opportunity to go and have that 1-2 connection, and that just comes off the top 90 and goes out very far away. This becomes a 2v2. Going to the top shelf, Chef can only do so much, put it to the backboard. And they are starting to force these Wildcats of Weber State, Claw Gaming, if you will, to have to answer to their pushes. But other than that, they've really found not a lot of worth. They got to get that final mark, and that's putting it on the mark between the pipes. First minute does go by. Montana State has at least been able to reduce Weber State to just defense.
Yeah, so keeping an opponent down to just defensive capabilities. Again, we talk about how defense wins championships. Well, folks, that's in American football. That is not in the great game of Rocket League. You gotta go forth. You gotta have offensive opportunities, especially at higher level Rocket League like this. It's not frequent that you're gonna get a big sweeping mid-pitch shot. So far, what we've gotten in this game number 3 is an incredibly close matchup. 0-0 still, 90 seconds into this one.
Seeing 0-0s in our previous couple. Sad Boy Juice with a layup. That's going to go over to Rivers, and that is just too easy. When you force the defender in the sky that can't make a connection, I believe that was Ham that went flying by. Chef left in a 50-50 case. He has to dive to one corner of the next, and it goes opposite of where he went. So it's just Weber State being clinical in their approach and finally punishing Montana State. That was one of their only strikes here in game number 3, but they make the best of it.
Yeah, I mean, last opportunity here, last gasp here for Montana State University. Now, of course, they will not be eliminated from the competition. Looking at round robin here on the day, they'll be playing a 5th match regardless. But still, want to try and turn this to extra Rocket League. Whoa, my God! I didn't even see where Struck came from. Just materializing from the ether, it seems.
A little bit smaller than the ball. The ball gets a little bit bigger as it gets closer to the car, and then they hide behind it. Shadow Clone Jutsu style. Looking for a floor pinch. Rivers can't quite get on top of it. Got those moon boots on, and they're jumping all over. That's a double commit by the defense, but they do at least extend this one out to the middle of the pitch, beyond the midway point of both the grassy knoll as well as this third game. Chef looking for the layback handoff. Ham trying to extend, and they actually may have assisted a little bit too much, but they're going to be there just in the nick of time. Nova looking for a putback, and they'll be able to bury it. Continuous, just oppressive rotations by Weber State have denied Montana State early on. So with less than 2 minutes to go, Montana State, these Bobcats, they've at least limited this down to just 1-0, but
yeah,
we got to see this. We got to see this offense upfield. We got to see them alive.
Yeah, we just gotta see, like you said, we gotta see this Big Sky College, Montana State University go forth, spend more time in that offense. Now, of course, that could be easier said than done. Solid shot, Nova gets this one blocked by Chef. That's an own goal, and that's gonna be Nova charging up here with about 90 seconds left. Insurance goal has been purchased, folks. No premium necessary.
You know that Chef wanted more power on that. Trying to be able to flip the pancake, but it just flops to the floor. Instead, the Chef will have to look onwards and just see that one go through. I don't know if that one would have been on target. I know that it was going to the opposite pipeline, but less than 90 seconds. And Claw Gaming continues to be gaming. If they take this one forward with a win, which it looks like they are primed to do, they'll be in a vie for first seed against Montana from out of this group. That one could turn into a repeat. We'll get to see how that all turns out, maybe towards a final 2-0. Montana State has time remaining to rewrite this current story.
You know what we need to do? Oh, yeah. Guys, this game is totally over. Montana State University doesn't even have a prayer. Not a wing, not a prayer, not a last gasp of life. There is no way, zero way that Montana State University can come back at this one. And see, you say that, and then Zaccaster Curse, they have to come back at that one.
Yeah, they're gonna clip the entire thing out of context. It's gonna be rough.
Oh, definitely. I'll be roasted on Twitter by the morning.
Just gone, absolutely out. Rivers trying to do his best to at least rail against what could be the Caster Curse. Montana State, they are really kind of just stuck on their own back goal line, and that's a great way for offenses to become defense. The best defense is a great offense because it just makes your opponent waste all their boost. Looking for maybe an upfield swing. They do get the extension. They got to score with time remaining, or this one's done and dusted.
Shots over here. This is grains of sand going through the hourglass. This game. Oh man, brutal. If that had actually hit Montana State University, Montana State University would have come through with an actual chance right here. Unfortunately, I mean, 2 shutouts pitched. This is going to be an incredibly difficult situation for Montana State to have come forth and actually get this one. Weber State going to be doing it right here. They're going to be taking this one 3-0, and a fantastic form as well. Again, we talk about outliers. We talk about kind of like expected performances here, Monkey Man. It kind of seems like that game 1, the 6-0, was way more of the outlier, right? This should have been, was, and will again be an incredibly close matchup, 2-1 and 2-0 in games 2-3 respectively.
Yeah, this one, you didn't have to do much more than just get the job done into that game number 3. Game number 2, the midpoint, it's calling it the midpoint kind of hurts because you want that to be a more around game 3, game 4, but that's just it is a sweep. So that's the only part you really get to see these teams getting a little bit closer. But once they put pedal to the metal, you just didn't see Montana State, the Bobcats, finish off their shots. They had so many that just clanged around the perimeter. They kind of left some points on the field. The woulda, coulda, shoulda really does exist. But Weber's looking good. I think they're 3-0, 9-0. Same thing against the Grizzlies that they'll be facing off against going into our final round of round robin play.
Yeah, and that's interesting as well. Sac State taking a game there in the first match of the broadcast right here might actually boil down to be the deciding factor, to be a tiebreaker right here, because, again, we have seen nothing but 3-0 sweeps. Also, short break coming up right here, but I'm going to quote another interesting stat at you guys. All of these competitions so far have had relatively independent, and then just one crazy outlier, one really just blown away game. First one, MSU Sac State, that started out with a 0-4, four scores against MSU 0, right? Moving on to the University of Montana, MSU Bobcats, the battle for Montana right there. A 5-2 in game 3 right there. Able to put up points, but still a 3-score difference on that one. Moving on in to the Vandals U-Montana game. A 0-7 to start this one off. Are you kidding me? Taking a look at Weber State, Montana State University to start this one off as a 6-0. What that tells me is that all of these games have been really close, but there's always going to be that one breakaway, that kind of feeler game right there where one team really tries to feel the other one out and gains a lot of information from a loss, but a loss nonetheless it was. Short break coming up, guys. When we return, we will be looking at either Weber State, or the MSU Bobcats taking on the Vandals. Folks, FBI Tugboat, Hail Monkey Man, back with you guys in a minute.
On the side of SFU, uses every single knife in a Blitzstorm. It just can't find that elimination, but luckily enough, still had one knife in the chamber.
Swinging in from the backside, they're going to be able to swing on this one. They do have a sage that's behind them as well. EK is going to be able to give big value. They are able to maybe get the defusal. It's still beeping. They're still dropping. They have the right click. Trying to knife him. Oh, they jumped him like a ninja in the night. Oath is put on their back, and it's Jet that...
Sometimes as casters, we get a cool opportunity where a player's name matches up really well with what they're about to do, and I can't think of a better example than Bad News being the one to deliver that game-winning goal against Keen Blue in the 4th game on the side of Wayne State.
For him, double tap every time. Massive goal for Wayne State.
I mean, there wasn't even really a mistake. I mean, they had a player up for the potential shot, but the double tap opportunity that Bad News gave himself.
Now, I hope you're not sick of SFU, because while they already had their time in this weekly reel, they're going to find themselves here in slot number 3 as well. Mako, a shark in the water against the side of Muskingum to guarantee another round win for SFU on Pearl.
Mako will back up an operator that could get a collat here in all of a second. They get one, have to reload, can't quite get the other one, don't need to. Sky's able to be the limit. They get another. Stomachs are just being opened up with holes in the shape of a bullet, and it doesn't tag at least that one. Another through the wall bang them because they can't kill the Mako.
Using an ultimate in Overwatch 2 can be incredibly dangerous. If you miss your ultimate, it could put your team in a very poor position, but with a little Riz from Shiz, he kicked the door wide open for his main tank to come in and save the day.
Now you don't even have another chance to recalibrate yourself. And the big EMP into the shatter! Oh my god!
That EMP shatter was devastating! 6 seconds left for Sumter to try and touch. There's not going to be a recontest.
Now, for this number 1 highlight of the week, I think anybody watching is going to know right away. Ridley is not a popular character in Smash Ultimate. So you know when you see 2 Ridleys going head-to-head, something incredible is bound to happen.
That's what I would do.
Yep, and then you sit and just take that up smash. Such a strong and potent kill move. Oh, we're going for the offstage gameplay. There's the stage spike from the neutral air. Holo is a monster.
They live that. They live that. And now Holo has a very even game to play from. Minixo struggling to stabilize, air dodges in,
we're seeing
but then
the
goes for one of their
reverse.
own. They do the same exact thing.
Oh,
Minixo gives Holo a taste of their own medicine.
And that brings week 5 to a close. Thank you all so much for watching this with me and getting to share all these moments and relive all these hype, fantastic plays in the ECAC. It's been a wild ride. We've got insane weeks coming up ahead as we get closer and closer to the end. The caliber of play gets higher and higher, and these players, they just improve and impress week after week. If you want to keep an eye on it, feel free to follow on all of the channels. If you want to follow me, it's just Septilence. You know where to find me on any social media. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time. Can y'all believe we are already 6 weeks into the ECAC highlight videos, and there's still so much content and so many great plays to see from these teams? It's pretty amazing, but I'm super excited to jump into it. If you don't know by now, I'm Septilence, and I have the honor to walk you through this week's highlights. I'm very excited to see what we got. Catholic U starts the series up. Toddy, 2 stocks on the board, needs to take 1 more off of Cherry. When Cherry answers back strong, Toddy finds themselves in a bit of a panic, but they play it cool, they find the stock, and they win out the set for their team.
And again, this is Min Min. If anyone has the potential to rob someone, especially off stage, it can definitely be Midland. Ooh, that was sexy. Oh no!
Suni Poly was feeling great. 2 games already won, 2 games to go, and Wake Forest already 1 point in the lead, but with 16 seconds left on the clock, Toucan strikes a goal to tie things up and gives Suni Poly their chance at the 3rd win in a row.
Field pass to Toucan. Toucan with the shot. There goes the tie. 16 seconds left here in game number 3. Looking at potential overtime now.
And the only reason why that was not saved because of the amazing speed on the ball there. Thankless in the right position.
The pistol round in Valorant is one that many consider to be possibly the hardest in the game because you have no utility. You've just got your pistol and a dream to win the round. Space from UA, however, had his opponent seeing stars when he takes down all 5 of them in less than a minute with only a pistol.
That to cut off vision and go for a defusal. Pond is also available, so I'll be selling for some information. Crossfire, it's going to be something of a nightmare to deal with.
One enemy. He's going to back up. Oh, a nice dink. That's a 4K. Looking for the ace is Shadow, as they want to be able to get another one, and they're going to open up this game.
For clip number 5 here, our keen-eyed viewers might notice that clip number 7 does in fact spoil the result of this one, but does not make it any less interesting. Suni Poly, things are close, but in the final half of this game, they close it out aggressively against Wake Forest.
Go ahead and push it through. Of course you are. Had plenty of boost as well. Why not? Wes has just been a mechanical nuisance for the defense here of Wake Forest. If not extending the play, getting some of these individual.
With a great EMP Death Blossom combo, Southern Arkansas was feeling fantastic. 1 member of the opposing team already down, 4 to go, and they could cap that first point. But they're about to learn the hard way that nothing shines brighter than the suns.
Out onto the field. This might be good enough for Bellarmine to be able to hold on, but no.
Both the healers!
Suns! No way! You just went right up into the back line and hit the fatty shatty from behind. We were trying to do the same thing, but Suns...
Yoru in Valorant is considered to be one of the worst agents in the entire game, but Rusty, clearly a big fan of Yoru just like myself, comes out quick, gets a 3v1 victory, and secures the penultimate round for UA.
Hurry. Does OC him first, able to turn 1 from boxes, will be able to counter strike. No, where are you looking? What? Oh my goodness, Rusty's able to do it all himself. Where in the world was that second man looking?
This upcoming clip absolutely deserves this 2nd place slot because, as you know, these clips are usually about 30 seconds to a minute, but Percival did so much more than we'd ever be able to fit in 1 minute, taking all 9 stocks off of the opposing team before losing 3 of his own.
Timing on the up special from Little Mac. A potential KO punch is going to whiff here. 4-1 and 2. Little Mac is off stage. There's the Nikita. Air dodge is going to get caught. He has no jump. He's catching it with the drop, Nikita, and the down smash. But he's still alive. He is living. 1 read there from Little Mac is going to take that's the neutral air.
Our number one clip for week number 6 is easily my favorite. We're about to watch Priz get a 5K, a complete ace with the Odin. The clip itself is great, but the camera work makes it so much better. Enjoy this clip.
And there you go. Okay, so they're systematically clearing. You love to see this, but they're running into 2 Odins. This definitely isn't a fun time for anybody that's involved. Priz gonna find 1 here in Boathouse. The ping's coming out. Priz gets the collapse. Priz finds it. Priz finds 4. Can he get the 5th? The ace for Priz coming out with the Odin. Just camping out in Boathouse. He has a campfire. He's got some marshmallows and some graham crackers, and he's making s'mores out of Stonehill.
And as all good things must, week 6 highlights have come to a close. Folks, it's always a blast to get to walk through this with you. So if you enjoy what you're seeing, go catch it live. Go check out ECAC on all their main channels. If you like what you're seeing here, feel free to follow me on my socials. It's just Septilence everywhere. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you next week.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see the train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Hello and welcome back to the last chance qualifier for the CECC. We are looking at the Big Sky going down right now. We have a little bit of a preview there from Weber State and University of Montana. They'll be playing this is the last match of the round robin, folks, but they are both numerically guaranteed to go forth into the grand finals. Both of these teams 4-0 so far. The Bobcats, Sac State, both 2-0. So, obviously one of those teams will win their games and then go forth, but not have enough to punch that ticket to the grand finals here. FBI Tugboat Hill, Monkey Man, how are we feeling?
This seems like it was a fated duel that was just going to come up no matter what. It just so happens to be maybe 2 times in a row, and it will be 2 times in a row. So I do wonder how these teams are going to treat this first matchup. We could see a lot of memes, could see a lot of just messing around, because you don't want to lend or tip your cards a little bit too far forward. I know that you're over near Vegas, so you've seen a lot of bets, so you don't want to give it all away, but you want to at least test yourself a tiny bit, knowing that you have 2 best of 5s in front of you. You don't want to expend all the excess energy, but you definitely don't want to give your teammates some extra, false hope, if you will.
False hope, information maybe gained here for this first best of 5. Or maybe we just see like 2 absolute throws, right? Like neither team score for like 20 minutes or something like that, not willing to give up any information as to their plays and positioning early on. No, we're just kidding around, of course. University of Montana. That is, of course, your High Crew, your AZ, and your Okie Finn taking on Weber State. That is your Sad Boy Juice, your Nova, and your Rivers coming on into this one.
I'm starting to think it's theirs. Is it yours?
Yours,
Well.
theirs, ours, we's. I don't know.
Well, we're gonna see who owns it really, but this opening game looks like they're very much taking their pace of play to an upper level, and you know that that's going to be something that they'll be able to carry over, not just between games, but between series, because they will have a break that will extend between round robin play as well as grand finals play. And again, that's going to be a big qualifier because this goes into the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas for the CECC, so that's going to be big on 6th and 7th of May. So make sure that you get all that extra information. You can go to basically the website. I think it's what, collegiatesmg.com to be able to find all that. So make sure you do get it. And both these teams have a chance to actually be there. So get your Grizzly jackets, your Reba State Claw hand warmers? Question mark.
I'm with it. Yes, no, but that's a great point, guys. They have merch available, and you want to be decked out down there in the esports mecca that is Esports Stadium Arlington, May 5th through 7th. You got Made Madness going on down there. March Madness, never heard of them. Never heard of them. Oh my God, AZ. Almost! It's High Crew, though. AZ with the flashiest shot so far turns into a pass. And that pass turns into gold here, Monkey Man.
No, every good missed shot turns into an even gooder pass. So just looking,
doubly gooder.
Doubly goodest, some might say, but that also is just a good bit of practice for High Crew to follow up after AZ is able to do everything from A to Z except to be able to put in a period at the end of the sentence. So this alphabet is stricken through. They will have another great challenge, and AZ finds another one, a little bit less flashy, but it gets the job done.
AZ, A to Z, no Amazon necessary. 2 minutes into this one, that's going to be the second right here off of a fantastic header, as they'd call it in soccer or football, as most of the planet knows it.
Is it football? Like,
like football.
You know what?
Right?
You know what?
Isn't
I'm
that
gonna go on a little soapbox right now because I actually did
Let's hear
some learning. Okay,
You did some learning?
it was called soccer first. It was called soccer first, and then as the United States started adopting it within that kind of general time frame, I believe it was like very early 1900s. When we finally started getting into it, everyone changed it up to football. We did the thing that was called first, so everyone be like, "Nah, it's football." Y'all just posers, okay? I don't want to hear nothing about it. All right.
USA trendsetters right here. UK just a bunch of fakes. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Oh man, that's gonna be a fantastic shot. Yeah, so this is Skeelar as well. Big shout out to the Twitch chat. Also, guys, normally we can't interact with y'all because sometimes you guys act like animals, you know? Yeah, I have to be moderated and whatnot. I appreciate your relative complacency and being cool people down there in chat. And again, do appreciate the pronunciation clarifications as well. Vendor Cascas, Vendor Cascas on the day. Being a productive member of chat, we appreciate you.
Yeah, and honestly, you're just basically part of the main desk. So, you know, shout out. You're basically a field analyst for us. So it really kind of helps us out.
We'll set up your invoice with Esports you later. How about that?
They pay by the year. So see you in 2024.
Yeah, there you go. Gotcha.
Right now, it's been a while too since we've seen Weber State be able to get anything on target. This has been all University of Montana. And they've had 3, and I do wonder about the Skeelar trade-in. They've obviously got the skills, and so, you know, they just felt like they got some confidence running into it. So game number 1, they just want to test them out.
I hear you. Oki Finn has been the player on the day, from what I understand, and just previous experience casting this team. Generally, that's the 3 starting few. That's High Crew. That's AZ. That's gonna be Oki Finn. But Skeelar coming in for this first best of 5, for our preview. Grand finals right here. The Treasure State, Montana, taking on the Beehive State with Utah.
You know, they often say that honey is like gold.
Yes.
So maybe be able to see a little bit of that transference, but it's really just been the miners of Montana that have gone in, been digging into those beehives, stealing all their gold. It's been pretty sweet for them here in game 1. And I can understand why they would bring Skeelar actually into this first game. If this series is simply your starter point for what will ultimately, this is our penultimate final before the big one, why not see who is the hotter hand?
Absolutely. I'm 100% with that right here. And playing the sub, if that is what they are, again, we don't have full confirm on that, folks. If playing the sub here, it's kind of like that mental game at a certain point, right? Like, we'll take you this first best of 5. Now, are the mind games going down for Weaver? They're just like, hey, we don't care who you play. We're going to lose this first best of 5, so that we'll go forth and do something. Oh, my God. Holy moly. 5 saves for Rivers, but their mind is going to be on offense. How did this even happen?
You had
shot right there. Okay, Rivers. Yeah, fantastic, dude. Fantastic. This defender, Skeelar right there, coming in the newer player, sub or not, for the University of Montana, had a fantastic look at it defensively. When you get past us like that, it just don't matter.
No, that's nigh impossible. The third man will also come up on the opposite end. So with 16 seconds coming up, pretty much done and dusted, but that's something to build upon. And if they allow Weber State to build some momentum with that going into the next game, well, they know that they can be able to get their passes off. Nova looking for a layback redirect that will never come. So Grizzlies get it done here in game number 1. They establish tone, they establish pace. Apparently also Okifan had to go to work. So, they have proven when they bring in Skeelar, the sub, that everything's still really just easy for the Grizzlies. So they've 17 shots, by the way. Just stopped the Beehive State right in their tracks.
Yeah, hey, it makes sense, right? Because what we know about bears, if Winnie the Pooh is to be believed, is they love honey. And honey comes from bees. They're just going to have to get it before it goes bad, right? Ha 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 ha. Because honey never goes bad. They literally find it in like Egyptian tombs and stuff like this. And once you clear the dust off of the top, you can literally put a finger in and eat it. It's like honey is literally like a scientific. Yeah, honey never goes bad. You didn't know that? Like it literally never goes bad.
Huh.
It is like a scientific like anomaly, right? Like pretty much everything else, gets fungus or bacteria, whatever else like that. Whatever it is. Honey is going to be the name of the game here. Weber State, taking on the University of Montana, is going to be dropping game 1 in a 4-1 scoreline, but who knows if this is going to be the preview to this. Now, I got to say, Weber State's shot, their one goal right there, was much flashier than a lot of the goals the University of Montana did put up. If style points count, I think Weber State, wow, especially in game 2, going to be making a real solid performance. Both of these goals so far for Weber State across games 1 and 2 have just been incredibly flashy. Like, look at this.
Yeah.
Sad Boy just threading the needle right there.
And that was made possible again by who? Rivers. Rivers was the one that got the score before and the only goal for Weber State in game number 1, but they were an obvious component to be able to get off that challenge. Looking for a double tap, and both these teams are going to be taking their looks and be taking some extra pot shots to see what they can get away with in this first game. Well, sometimes it's also punishing the Grizzlies for just not being ready.
Yeah, so that's going to be 3 really earned goals here for the side of Weber State. Now, yes, Skeelar was there. This is a technical own goal, but it is made in the pursuit of defense. I will always forgive pursuits in the name of defense. High Crew wins this 50. Nice shot down bottom. Nova right there. Gets a little bit of nose up on this one, and now it's a pass on into Rivers across the middle. Sad Boy. Good God, dude. Weber State, again, if style points counts for everything, they're up by 1,000.
Yeah, they've been able, it's basically whose lines it anyway, but they in fact do matter because they give themselves so much confidence. But High Crew, you were saying that it's not, the style isn't there, it's just execution. Well, Rivers ends up kind of pit maneuvering himself, trying to land, looking for, I think it was a wave dash just to be able to gain some speed into the corner. Well, they take themselves out of the equation. The defense did as well, so Weber State does allow one to go over to Montana, and Skeelar trying for one more. They can't get a flip reset, so that one is no more threatening as we go through the first minute with 3 goals shared between these teams.
And it's not for lack of trying. There's an incredibly high scoring first minute or so. I mean, 5 total shots in the entire 5-minute first game. 4-1 scoreline again it was, but now already 3 of them, and not even a minute and 20 seconds or so. A lot of pressure now for the University of Montana against Weber State as well. AZ gets, what a bump right there. Hey, again, folks, that's what we're talking about when you don't necessarily need to always have like these huge demos, these like, you know, fast flying, high crashing demos. You just get a little demo, like a little bit of bump right there, and it still negates the capability for the other player to come forth, make a play on this ball.
Yeah, I think still had their foot kind of left after that, so they get not only pit maneuvered but also just jumped around. Crew and Skeelar leaving AZ on an island, but if there's ever someone you could trust more, I don't know who they are. AZ already looking for a chance to take down Nova as well, as they get bullied, bumped, and bruised before they come back upfield to try and do the same thing to Weber State. What a strike, but what a save by Sad Boy Juice, as Skeelar is trying to put some heat behind the ball.
Speaking of heat, that's going to be not one but two Montana members coming up at this one. The Grizz just absolutely whiffing at that one. We can kind of watch this right here. Like, you know, AZ gets a really weird touchdown bottom, and Skeelar gets nothing more than a front row seat to this ball getting taken away on the inside pass. Now, a 3-1 lead for the side of Weber State. Squad from Utah, the Beehive State, going to be coming into this one with a solid little advantage post-halftime.
For the flick play and trying for the putback is Skeelar. They're trying to see what they can do with open field space because, I mean, collectively, this has been a much faster pace as well as more, I guess, just in-your-face pace that we've seen out of Weber State in game number 2. Game number 1, Montana was just the Grizzly Bears all over the Beehive and just kind of mauling them. Opposite of that, it has been these Wildcats just going crazy against the Grizzlies. Have really just been kind of scared back into their cave. Looking for a challenge, and Nova baiting that one, but it will not be on target by AZ.
Gotta say, that was Grizz with the Riz, if you'll forgive it, in game number 1. It seems like it is over, though. 100 seconds. Yes, esports keeps me young, or at least that's what I desperately cry to myself at night. Nova, solid hit on over, and Oh yeah. Hey guys, in a very serious, like literally non-jokey way, it is so cool for parents to like be showing up in chat. Like AZ Rocket Mom, I believe I've seen this spectator in chat. Like I'm really stretching. I'm being serious here, folks. I'm really stretching to try and think of a time I've casted the University of Montana, and AZ Rocket Mom has not been there. It's so freaking cool. You know, I make jokes about being older and yada yada. Yeah, 31. But collegiate esports simply wasn't a thing then. It would have been so freaking cool to have that same kind of support. Oh my God, AZ! I think you know that I'm talking about him. That was fantastic ball handling. Into my soapbox, folks. I just think it's super freaking cool that y'all are here. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Really is. You have not only your collegiate programs that go behind these students and what they're going to do into their clubs and even more into their curriculars and their academics, but also the parents and the families that are behind them, the friends, the family. And we talk about the friends, family, and fans that are out there, but it's real. It's there. It's you. And you're the reason that these guys want to succeed and for themselves as well, and you help them along the way. Talk about success. The Grizzlies, they find another one. They've had to really grind out through this pepper mill, see what they can be able to get. And though it was awkward, they make the best of it. And High Crew finally going high velocity as they stick around. And with less than a half minute remaining, we got ourselves a ball game.
Yeah, gotta say, this is Weber State all day long in this game 2 until we hit our 26-second mark. You know, score difference of 2, that insurance goal purchase, but now that is over. We're going to be looking at 15 seconds left on this one. And still a sudden, if the scoreline remains the same, look at a little sudden death situation afterwards. The Grizz are going to try and keep this ball aloft. A little bit of volleyball action, right? We talk about how other sports within the great game of Rocket League, you know, we'll call it flying car soccer. Oh my, that was last second. AZ, up to it. Decent goal. Double commit. Skeelar can't quite get on over to this, and Weber State is going to be taking game number 2.
You got a tied series going to game 3, and that we haven't seen that since the first series of the day. So everything else has been, you know, one and then kind of a gentleman's reverse sweep in the first series. I think those Sac State and Montana State, and then into this one, it's very much the same. But we go to game 3, undecided, which is great to see. But also, you know, we were talking about this is the penultimate final between these exact same two teams, Tugboats. So they're taking their turns, finding out who's the striker. Really have been unafraid of truly playing the series out, which is awesome because they're getting their reps in and they're not going to be caught just being too sleepy at the wheel, caught messing around. You have sometimes that you can be able to play with it and you know, all right, we still got another series coming up, but that doesn't mean that we're any worse for wear in a competitive standpoint. So game 3, honestly, I love the rebound by both teams because you even saw it at the end of that second game by the Grizzlies.
Yeah, so we'll see if they're able to keep this one up in game number 2. A 3-2 scoreline, obviously way closer than a 1-4 scoreline, but regardless, I think we're getting a lot of back and forth. It is once again the premonition of our grand finals. Nova, solid hit. That was a perfect pass to Sad Boy Juice, but couldn't quite get that angle on the inside. That definitely would have been the first goal, though.
And Crew apparently got the daddy-o in the old supporting kind of fan box, if you will. So shout out all the moms and dads, of course, because not only for this sport, but it's an esport, and that's been these recent years that there's been a lot of uptick in a lot of this that happens at a scholar level. So shout out for you guys to be able to just kind of do that. My mom even tells me, "Hey, you still yelling about games?" And I'm like, "Yes, Mom, still yelling about games." I'm 34, so that's still happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop looking at chat. I'm getting a little bit emotional here, dude. Like, it just wasn't possible when I was, what I'm saying, like, especially as a caster and stuff like that. You kind of touched on it. Like, my parents weren't exactly supportive of my idea to go scream about video games for a living. I was 26 or whatever, and getting. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna get it worked up. 3 minutes, 37 seconds here. No scores on boards quite yet. Nova finds the demo, and then the transition. Shot down bottom. AZ, a big hit right here, as Haiku now taking it onto the other side.
Great catch and pitch. Maybe even a pitch and catch. Oh, no. They take it away from their own teammate. Bit of a bouncer. And Rivers, though they committed some sins, they're able to at least get a chance back. Haiku reset from the ceiling, and Montana's not able to make the best of it. They actually had some chances, some slow looks, but I guess slow execution really kind of plays against you. AZ left in an awkward situation, but it's going to be a great leap of both faith as well as saves by Haiku. Looking for an extension, calling for the 1-2, but great intercept, and no one's at home. The recovery for the defense has to hit for the Grizzlies, as we're left with nothing apiece, and that's because both are struggling to get away from the challenge game.
Challenge game indeed. Sounds like a TV show. If it was a TV show, this would be an even contestants right now. Halftime, still 0-0s. Solid hit right there, like you said. Sad Boy Juice. Again, style points counts for everything. Weber State is rolling in style.
They're trying to keep themselves consistently uptick, which I like. They're not going for the simple plays, but they're trying to just challenge their own mechanics as well as to what the Grizzlies want to do in response to them, and that's something that they can take from this series to the next one. Ooh. A shot that could scream around the crossbar. It does clang, but that doesn't do much more than ring, and though that does sound like a chime, the bell isn't rung for being complete, and that one is just a great win, but Nova fills the gap.
Yeah, that's a solid shot into the transition. Rivers up and over. I think that was manipulated there at the end as well. So 100 seconds to go. No scores on these boards. Haiku running it down left side. Oh my God, what a topper on this one.
Great flick. Get the touch, be able to trap it. No one challenged up because you saw that rotation by Nova. They've been skirting that sidewall and corner, flying to the net to try and just desperately work into position. But because you come off of that rotation, you're basically being chased by the ball handler, and you're leaving your one teammate in a defensive near side post position that they must win or else they're screwed. And hey, that's exactly what happened. So great flick. Haiku has been that striker. Maybe another opportunity. No one crashes though, as Haiku does stay back just to secure this midfield.
They're securing a little bit closer defensive performances. AZ right now kind of comes from corner play, passing balls to themselves, but Weber State just covers this one up. Gotta say, I think we're looking at our final scoreline right here, dude. We've seen so many shots attempted. 60 seconds left right now. Obviously, still opportunities for Weber State, but there's just been nothing going, nothing doing here in this game number 3. And again, nobody losing a series, nobody getting eliminated from a grand finals off the back of this game number 3 as well. Tied series we go. And I'm so glad that we again kind of have that premonition of the grand finals. Shout out to Oki Finn as well. Said they had to work. There's other Rocket League fantastic game, Collegiate Esports fantastic. There are other priorities in this life, and Oki Finn is paying attention to them.
Yeah, and what's even cooler is that because this is basically a required scrim to end out our round robin play, that gives Skeelar plenty of time to get in proper game pace and rotation with his teammates. If he has to sub into that situation, then this is probably the best case scenario for that to happen. With only a few seconds remaining, maybe one extra to try and get this, but like you're talking about, this seems like it'll just stay 1-0. One big challenge. Can anyone dive through? They're trying, but Sad Boy Juice comes up a little bit short. High Crew got all the dimes, and they're trying to make sure that this one stays, but it will not. As this one goes in favor of the Grizzlies, they'll be on match point for our last match of round robin play.
Yeah, so this is gonna be now mild advantage over onto Montana right here, and like you mentioned, playing with the sub right now. Love to see it. Love to see it. Kind of getting everybody an opportunity to compete in the spotlights with the stream pressure and whatnot right here. Because, as everyone knows, once we start talking about it, everyone just starts freaking out, right, Monkey Man? We're just the greatest things ever. Now, big shout out, CEC, Big Sky. Folks, in case you're just joining us and whatnot, the winner of this will punch that ticket on down to Arlington, Texas. Yes, they tell me everything's bigger down there in Hell, Monkey Man. One of these teams is going to go down there to find out. May 5th through 7th, the full-on competition, CECC. And, Rocket League hands down, obviously, the best esport out there. But also, we're going to be looking at Valorant, we're looking at Overwatch, we're looking at a laundry list of other esports going down there May 5th through 7th in Esports Stadium Arlington. I've always called it, that's why I say, the mecca of esports down there in Texas.
Yeah,
they do everything bigger.
There's a lot of competitions, and they're actually doing some other competitions that won't be part of the main foray of esports that are coming through all of these awesome qualifiers, and maybe even some that will be happening and be joining the collegiate atmosphere and ecosystem that you guys will be able to get scholarships to play whenever you go to your secondary education. So, really cool.
Ooh.
Hey, 2 seconds. Our producer didn't even have time to transition over to it before Sad Boy Juice was just giving him the juice.
Okay, no, sorry. I thought it said that a player left right there, so I do believe that is going to be legal. Yes, that's going to be a legal goal right here. Weber State, hands down the fastest, and also had some of the flashiest goals on broadcast those so far. I'm going to say 2 seconds, definitely the quickest.
Ooh. I think that's the fastest I've seen ever. I don't think I've seen a 1 second goal. That would have to be like a bullet from literally the crosshair.
Well, it'd have to be two players on the either side pinching, right?
Yeah, and I haven't seen a lot of those. I have seen it, but it's just still taken 2 seconds for some reason. So
yeah. I can't think of a time that I've seen a 1 second goal. No, 2 seconds, pretty much about quantifiably about as good as you're gonna get it. Big thanks, UMT Mom fan. I said I was gonna stop looking at chat. Damn near brought a tear to my eye earlier, but I guess I'm just a liar. Sorry, folks. Love collegiate esports. I'm glad that you guys do as well. 12 years, rain and snow watching soccer games. You don't have to worry about the snow out here in Vegas very much, but rain I can understand. Rocket League, warm and dry, best spectator sport for parents. Also, I mean, I got to do actually, there's a middle school competition out in California, and we were doing Overwatch first, and I was thinking about how to describe it and stuff like that, right? Given a year and a day, it'd be hard to describe that to somebody who doesn't necessarily play. My God, AZ! Excuse me, you notice that whenever I go on my soapbox, AZ is just like, okay, shut up, Tugboat. Let's get back to the Rocket League. There you go, AZ tying this one back up. Anyway, just to finish my point, I could have a year and a day to explain Overwatch, and some folks out there may not still understand it. You know what? This is flying car soccer. That's how I've described it before, and that's all you really need to know to understand what is going on. They pick up little things to go faster sometimes. If one really fast car hits another, then they get a demo. That's it. Flying car soccer otherwise.
To me, the best way to describe Overwatch in a general sense, it applies to, I think, the majority of game types, as this one nearly turns into a defense that wants to become its own offense against its own net, and a lot of pressure has been brought on by the Grizzlies, but it's a bunch of people trying to push a thing in a direction the fastest. Just trying to just quickly or trying to go to another place the fastest, faster than the other
team. It's like
an
airport.
Yeah.
Everyone's just trying to get somewhere the fastest.
It's just a bunch of individual traveling. So, yeah. Well, this...
I mean, I sit sometimes in like in airports and stuff like this, and like I'm just kind of beholden, just bewildered in a good way by the ant farm, right? Just everybody kind of going off and doing something right here. Nice bouncer, AZ yet again. I'm sorry, AZ doesn't like the soapboxes.
You know, but apparently they do. They wait for you to be on the soapbox, and they want to get clean, and they're doing clean things by the takeaway underneath Nova as they get to the wheels, but they just take the ball and just slam it down. So good bouncer, and you know, it's just wait for the tie to happen from Weber, because it's probably going to, and then you're just gonna summon AZ.
I mean, shots, you say yes, Nova. I'd say that's rather dirty. He didn't like it. Didn't like how that one ended up. 2-1 lead now here for the side of University of Montana.
On the sidewall, as we reach the midway point, game number 4. We've only seen game 4s once today. This will be the second time. Grizzlies in a position series-wise to take a win. But again, in case you are just joining us for the first time, this is all of a precursor to a repeat. This is the penultimate final, as a grand final will be both of these teams here momentarily, but we have to complete round robin play, and that just how math be do sometimes. So,
that math be doing.
Math do be doing. So do AZ doing.
There you go. Hey, that thing be thingin'. AZ right here. Nicely done. Talk about the takeaway. Nova tries to put this one up and over. And yeah, AZ, fantastic shot. None of this happens without the teammates, of course. That was Skilar with the pass. 1 minute, 51 seconds left on this one. Montana takes this. This will be our first series in a 3-1 fashion. Weber State, excuse me, comes back at this. We'll be looking at a little best of 5, boiled down to best of 3, then boiled down to a one and done for our preview of the grand finals.
Won't have a... Ooh. They're not going to have the luxury of the best of 7 either, which is an interesting kind of prospect to it. They're going to have to do it all in soft form execution. Nova ready for that upfield swing, though, as they're going to keep this one close.
This is how you make a statement as well, right, Nova? Like, put it right on the nose. Like, hey, you know, Skilar, you can do whatever you want with it. Doesn't matter. Still going to be a goal here for our Sunday driver. That's Nova. 3-2 right now for Weber. Even if Weber drops this. Again, I just... Like, I'm not saying the University of Montana hasn't, like, earned their goals and nothing like this, but Weber State just is literally, like, stretching this thin from absolutely nothing and finding goals still like they find lint in their pocket.
You know, you guys really got to get that lint out of your pocket, okay? Just, like, got to get the lint roller and just kind of get it out there.
You know what it is? If you do large loads of laundry, that yields more pocket lint.
Just all this stuff coming off. I always knew.
Well, it gets caught up in there as well, instead of getting caught in the dust trap. Oh my God, Nova, okay! 4th shot, 2nd goal right here, 3 saves as well.
Just seems that Weber just wants to stick around. Montana, you gotta put this away, and Nova, they're finding ways. Like, if Rivers is getting shut out, Sad Boy Juice steps up. If Sad Boy Juice and Rivers are going away, Nova then suddenly becomes the highlight reel. So, great individual effort to be able to open up chances, and that's just how they're making it happen. You were talking about its flash, its style, its pizzazz. Montana's executing so well that it's boring. And that's, you just, it's forgettable. Weber State, though, is having those moments of pop-off, of peak. And you want that to be consistent, because that's what's going to happen if they're going to make it to the CECC Grand Finals. And now they're really bringing the pressure on. They want a Game 5 for this penultimate final.
I would love it. I would love it. 22 seconds left. Now, we got plenty of Grizz fans. Oh, there's the bouncer! Weber State and Sad Boy Juice. 20 seconds left at a 4-3 scoreline. Now, we love our collegiate fans, of course. University of Montana's got plenty of those in chat. Now, Weber State, I need y'all to rise up in this chat. I need y'all to come here, make yourself known. Let it be known that your state, your college, excuse me, going to go forth and take this one. If that's what you believe. If you don't believe it, then, you know, don't say it.
I mean, Utah pride, right? That's how it works? Oh, my goodness.
Right.
Trying for another one of Sad Boy Juice, trying to be happy time apples. But no, with another putback, they continuously are just making this waterfall. That's a double commit. Third man isn't there. Now the strike is another big save. It's just volleyball.
Ooh.
They're playing off the crossbar. Weber State is going to force us into a Game 5 of what is a series that doesn't even count, but you know what? It counts for something because there's momentum and energy in a push. They're realizing what can get to the back of the net, and it's apparently just great mechanics.
Yeah, seriously. Weber Stage is putting on a clinic as of right now. Nova right there really turned it up. Super hot there in the game number 4. We're going to be looking at the game number 5. And on a day, I mean, I'm here for it because on a day, you know, we've seen pretty much only 3-0 sweeps. Taking a look at some of these rounds, yeah, so we had a 3-1 in our first round, all 3-0 sweeps in round 2, all 3-0 sweeps in round 3, all 3-0 sweeps in round 4, and now coming in here as well. Also, results for you guys, MSU Bobcats do put down the Vandals out there from Idaho 3-0 fashion, just to give you guys like a nice rounding out of that. Well, what am I going to do at this point is go ahead and put the Battle 5 there. You guys can follow along into the into the bracket as well and kind of keep up with these. Obviously, at this point, pretty much done and dusted. But if you want to see the results and whatnot, there it is for you. Big shout out to our sponsors over here, ZipChair. Guys, head on over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming experience today. Because as we all know, you know, you can be a good player. You can have the flicks and the nice, really like speedy movement abilities and whatnot. But at the end of the day, it's all about what you're putting your butt into. My goodness, good God, University of Montana and High Crew take a flashy one. I think they got tired of us saying the Weber Stage goals were more flashy.
I mean, they definitely want to showcase that they have that ability, and they've been able to do that against some opponents. That's something that they've no doubt been able to kind of establish themselves with. However, it's just something that has had more opportunity to occur for Weber, as they've been allowed a lot of open field. Montana's been able to kind of grind through, kind of dicing and dissecting in small pieces. And then you have these individual moments. AZ from end to end.
Ooh, there you go.
Man, just making it work.
You're going to have to put some extra postage on that one next time, AZ. Otherwise, that won't get delivered. My goodness, talk about a long shot right here. Sad Boy Juice, Nova both have solid opportunities at this one. And it is all for naught. University of Montana purchases the insurance goal 45 seconds into this one. The policy makes its name heard.
Oh my goodness. That was just, look, AZ making sure we don't forget about them. Soapbox or otherwise. They are here to play. And Montana trying to keep up this lead. They scored 2 inside the first minute, but we've seen comebacks by Weber State. They got one in the previous game. I think at one point it was, 3-1? Yep. And they ended up taking it 4-3. So this is a team that can bleed, and maybe they did so with some purpose if they want to get some extra practice. 5 games of a best of 5 to really practice for the final. That's kind of a boon, honestly, if you think about it, Tug.
Yeah, no, I'm 100%. 100%. Like, that was almost a free open goal. Okay, Nova continues the centering positions right here, Sad Boy Juice. But yeah, no, a fantastic point, Monkey Man. Oh my God, High Crew yet again. The dad buff in chat showing its face right here. High Crew, my goodness. Of course, this doesn't happen without AZ as well, but that is upper 90 all day long, like it is hot outside over the summer.
That is an absolute bang. And that's one of those that you turn on and you hope that is just going to be on target after you connect on your nose. It's like, all right, I'm swinging, and it's either going to the fence or it's going to go above it. Who knows? Sad Boy Juice with the passing play, and Weber State has not been really able to touch this ball, and University of Montana would love to continue those kinds of reps and pace to keep Wildcats, Claw Gaming, from being able to find much success. Rivers has considerably slowed down as well, and you know they want to take this final game with some ownership to it. They want to be able to get back into rotation, because it's been a lot of just individuality to open up these moments. There have been some passes, but we saw a lot of Sad Boy Juice and Nova having to step up, and Rivers was that guy, and that one skirts around the bars.
Skeelar, almost gets it done right there. Last man back for Weber State, going to be able to come forth and provide that defense. Now, Weber State, wow, looking at a half game, no scores whatsoever. Folks, we have 4 scores already. University of Montana, no 7 years ago. We had 5 total scores in game number 1. We had 5 total scores game number 2. We had 7 total scores in game number 4. And continuing to follow the trend, we got 1 game. That game 3, that 0-1 game. Hey, don't worry about that guy. Don't worry about that guy. Again, the outlier. A very, very low-scoring game amongst very high-scoring games thus far.
Yeah. It's always going to be just kind of one random just moment, but these two teams have been able to find ways to score. That's what they've done to the rest of the competition. So they're making sure that that is a well-known fact amongst all these amongst each other as well. Nova, just when you thought they had one, 2 minutes and still scoreless. The great push. Rivers should be able to just win this easy. They do.
Wow,
and it's
okay.
all about the just suddenness on this challenge, because that one should have been free, and Rivers just rotating up, just winning these whenever Montana just can't collect the ball.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of breathing room, right? Down by 4, 2 minutes left. This is just a brutal look, regardless of the outcome of this, right? Not affecting the grand finals. We're looking at our two teams in the grand finals regardless, but this just brings it back and makes this so much more possible, right? A score every 30. Okay, never mind. A score every 30 seconds, I was going to say, is completely like possible, but now extending this one back to the 4-score difference. 109 seconds left on this one. Novo, solid performance on the defensive side. Just can't quite get this one foisted out.
Got a chance, but they better suddenly find some offensive efficiency. But leave it to the Grizzlies if they do end up running out this clock, being able to get a few more scores. They've really established the pecking order between themselves and Weber State. A putback, a save that will not count onto the boards, and now this just becomes a NASCAR race as we're turning left, moving all the way around this field and looking for a very immediate turn. High Crew will turn right. A gasp. The NASCAR Nation will fall silent, and maybe they'll be able to have to wait. But we're now approaching the remaining 75 seconds of play, and Montana and the Grizzlies, they want to be able to take this one. Oh my God. I thought Nova had like an extra jump. He got booped.
Yeah, huge, big stuff right there. Again, demo's not always necessary. Bump's going to be coming in and getting the same amount. Don't tell Rivers that demos aren't necessary, though. Don't tell Sad Boy Juice that demos aren't necessary, though. Upper 90 almost hits it. Nova on the second, but it's going to be Rivers all day long.
Winnable. Winnable. Every 16 seconds, if you can score, you've got a chance. And though they wanted that first one, the threat was there, and the putback is Rivers. So, every 16 seconds, that's all you got to do. Maybe 16 and a third. You've been granted an extra 0.3 seconds. Job well done.
Easy. Just 16 seconds.
Yeah,
nah,
no
guys, our first Game 5 on broadcast is going to be, oh my goodness, that was almost it for Rivers. 16 seconds, how about 12? Not going to hit, though. Sad Boy Juice. Up to this one, backside, now to the middle. Skelar coming in, a little bit wonky on the come up right there. Dizzy on the come up. Or any turnover fans?
Shout out.
15 seconds to go. I'm going to say this game 5 is done and dusted. The Grizz have put up a fantastic preview of what we'll be looking at next as the Bears make their swipe at the Beehive State, trying to find some honey. Be looking at the grand finals coming in here in just a little bit. 2-5, 3-5, 2-6, doesn't matter. Result all the same here for the University of Montana. I gotta say, I'm all here for the preview of our grand finalists here, Monkey Man.
Yeah, this one's all about coming into the next series ready to go. Both these teams, they were very serious about it. Rocket League is all about memes. That's why Rule 1 and 0 exist. But these two teams, very, very serious about getting a keel and level approach of what they're going to have to do against these squads. Montana, hey, congratulations. You took the win that basically didn't matter. So,
yeah, right, yeah, that's a good point.
You did all the work necessary to this moment. But in this moment now, it's about taking and composing yourself, getting into that absolute competitive mindset, and they got to be ready for the next one, Tugboat, because this is the true finals qualifier.
Got to be looking keen and mean coming to the grand finals here between Weber State and the University of Montana. Short break, folks. Get your water ready because this one's going to be a banger. We'll be back with you guys in just a minute.
The athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, what, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Rob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do, and why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it are.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier,
Hello and welcome back, folks. We are looking at the CECC Big Sky Grand Finals. What you were just watching was a little bit of content action over there at the CECC Atlanta. And folks, I'd never say this is Septilence's face, but he's actually a really talented caster and a pretty funny guy. Now, again, don't tell him I said so. Don't tell him I said so. We're going to be looking at Weber State, the Wildcats, coming on in here against the University of Montana, the Grizz. Now, this is just a Map 5 barn burner at this point. We haven't done it yet, Monkey Man. Got to pick horses. Got to pick horses.
If I were to pick horses, honestly, we've seen a lot of Montana today, both state as well as University of Montana. Pretty much the Big Sky dominated by the fourth largest state in the entirety of the United States. And Weber, they brought about a lot of good striking, and maybe, just maybe, they did bring their most serious moments. And I do recognize that they put a lot of style and, of course, some pizzazz into their shots. But I'd say consistency for me relies and lays with the Montana Grizz. I think they're going to be able to take this one. I feel like we could go the distance into a 5 again. 4 maybe where the job gets done. This is where, okay, did that playtime we had a moment ago in that penultimate meeting, did that give the sub and Skelar enough time to feel cool, calm, kosher, and clean with this rotation? But I think a lot of this relies in both High Crew as well as AZ to get the job done.
Yeah, that's really where my mind goes to. If I'm looking at like the bare edge and like what players have played mostly on the day, Skelar, fantastic player, did fantastic stuff right here. But if we're taking mild edge, and to be honest, I'm bad copping it, right? We have our good cop over here. I'm going to take Weber State right now. We're going to be taking this one. I'm going to go forth and predict it as well. 3-1 victory. 3-1 victory here for the side of Weber State. In our predictions, that mean absolutely nothing overall. Does not, definitely, you know, there's no preference, nothing like that here. We just do it, provide a little bit extra content. Nova, almost. Solid shot right there.
And that's Nova that has to also show up. If there's going to be anyone that proves me wrong and you right, it's going to be Nova, because they really stood up late in that game. That was presenting a lot of opportunity to get them into a Game 5 in the first place. And it was through a lot of individual dribbling, a great crash. High Crew, or actually Skelar with a big catch as well. But that's going to force AZ into a precarious situation to a 1v3. Now, this is just best of 5 again. We do not have best of 7, so the same rhythm, pattern, and all that you've seen all day long today for the Big Sky, they're going to have to do the same thing again. Rivers with a backflip. They've changed car. They want to make sure that they feel the best way they can, and that's going to be a big demo. Skelar is opening it up, and that's AZ that gets first blood in this series.
Telling you, AZ is watching the broadcast, always showing up whenever I have anything to say against University of Montana. 51 seconds into this. Again, flashy goals indeed. Weber State definitely had those style points earlier. AZ snatches that title back.
High Crew, they've been able to kind of fill into that second man position. They originally were the one man, now they're the initiator. Great catch though, and that's something that's been the takeaway. So Skelar is really able to assist with that, opening up opportunities for AZ and company. That's going to be off the wall. Big bang. Rivers looking for the counterplay. But Skelar will be all the way back. And so University of Montana, they're not giving up free space at all. Weber State is going to have to earn every inch.
Yeah, seriously. Any inch given here will result in a team taking a mile as well. You give a mouse a cookie, they're going to want a glass of milk, AZ. No. Nice block right here. Perfect transition into the offensive third. Now, right side, that's going to be Sad Boy Juice trying to bring this one out. Pop across the middle right now. High Crew stops it, drops it right back on over towards the Weber State squad. Now, AZ taken out ever so momentarily, though. They'll be back. We're back to a full 3-3, Monkey Man.
Really haven't seen the Wildcats find much more than kind of these drop-ons into these open zones, and they're getting some demos. This is going to slowly start to deplete as they yeet. Get rid of the players, delete them from the equation, and make those variables a little bit easier to figure out. AZ looking for a slow 50. That one's going to be put slow again by Sad Boy Juice, and Weber State is really starting to grind out the defense of Montana, and this Grizz is going to waterfall down. Skelar can't find a piece of it. It's very awkward. They could come with a dunk, another waterfall approach, but you saw the other two attackers rotate to the same side zone, so that actually completely takes the momentum and all the wind out of the sails of Weber State.
Yeah, unfortunately right there, what looked fine, flashy, and fast turns out to just be another opportunity that yields in nothing thus far. Solid hit right now. Rivers forcing the rotation of the entirety of this Montana squad. The Grizz forced play defense in a situation they really have not spent a whole lot of time in this game on the defense thus far. We'll get shots attempted afterwards for you guys.
More. High Crew will commit. Skeelar left in a 1v3. This is very scary because that's exactly why it comes off the interior side of the post. Now the counterplay. Will they be able to punish him? Rivers looking to the backboard with 150 on the clock. Still all of one goal. The Grizz, they've been able to get the first one that whizzed on through, but Weber State with 100 seconds remaining really have just not been able to find a single moment to be into the back of the net, even though they got one about halfway in.
90 seconds right here. Can't be surprised that this game has been incredibly close here after a Game 5 barn burner in that best-of-5 series early. Now, that was a really, really dangerous infield pass from Weber State. Fortunately able to clear this one out. Nova actually beats his player up to it. Sad Boy Juice, second hit. No, it's High Crew yet again. Throwing epic on top of that save.
I love how slow that defender was able to just kind of exist behind the ball, because if they had gone crashing through thinking that it would be a hot shot, they would have missed completely and maybe would have assisted in going in. Instead, now you have Montana still maintaining a 1-goal lead, looking to crash themselves. High Crew, no, Skeelar gets there first. High Crew with a follow, but they just go sumo wrestling against Nova in the midfield. Game number 1 into this best-of-5 just has rendered us all of 1-goal tugboat, and Grizzlies, they're trying to make sure that their counterplay keeps Weber State just at arm's length.
I gotta say, you said High Crew, no Skeelar. It sounds like an order at Starbucks or something like that for their new seasonal drink. Hey, can I get a High Crew? Hey, you hold the Skeelar. Hold the Skeelar. Oh my God! Speaking of High Crew,
Skeelar, the handoff, and again, High Crew, no Skeelar also sounds like some weird anime. I would definitely watch this season. High Crew will be the last one on deck. It becomes a one-on-one. The counterplay doesn't happen. They're just trying to be able to stretch that space into a 2v1 to this corner. Game 1, not quite decided. Up for grabs, top shelf, and out. It's gonna be a great clear.
Wow, okay.
And that one does land on the grass. So, Montana, they got one. That's the one that got the job done.
1-0. That's it. Yeah, I got nothing changing in the ways of predicting horses or predicting the overall winner, really, of this one. Incredibly close best-of-5 series earlier yields yet another incredibly close game for this best-of-5 for the grand finals, folks. I am unsurprised in every way, shape, and form the University of Montana, or either of these teams just won by a single goal right now. It's pretty crazy and incredibly, again, fast, flashy, and fun Rocket League action here in our grand finals. We'd expect nothing else, though, Monkey Man.
Yeah, it's not exactly like we can say that there's any one thing that needs to happen, because we saw the demos that were happening inside the box, but they were doing them after initial touch. They were, if anything, they could do them as a proactive demo opportunity. We saw them trying to ruin the defense by just working from lateral corners and then getting those demos to slow down the recovery to counter out, but they were only getting them one at a time, and then they ultimately just couldn't get around the defense. And then there was one good strike, and that post just didn't like him. So the fourth man came in strong too.
Yeah, exactly. Always got to say that. Now, guys, we're in Game 2 of this best-of-5 series. Weber State fans in chat, are you even there? Do you even want your team to win? Let's hear you. No, we got, in all seriousness, we got an earlier one in here. Oh, come on, I saw it just a second ago. Weber State back. Yeah, Zest RL. Other fans of Weber State, let's hear you, because I can't hear you in my Twitch chat, all right?
16-ounce High Crew, hold the Skeelar, please, says replay. That's fantastic. Rivers, again, not liking the skin they're in and changing up from a Fennec to an Octane, just a little bit of body difference. And, you know, that means they're trying to find that magic. Sometimes things just hit different even when they're hitting the same. And you know they just want to feel that they can be able to get these on target. It takes 2 to tango as well as get a save, because they're now crashing the box. And Claw Gaming is trying to claw their way in.
See how that one goes. Shot across the middle. That's decently on point. No, not the angle. Not going to be true. Sorry, I totally misread that one, folks. Down bottom. Oh no! That's going to be Sad Boy Juice. Gets absolutely booted from the bar right there. Again, no demo necessary. But just got the double hit from 2 different players all the way into goal. Again, it's like, hey, here's your offensive opportunity. Well, that's no more. Melts like ice cream in the sun. Minute and 6 seconds into this one. No scores on boards. Sad Boy not going to be able to hit that one.
from first 75. Montana, remember that we got, what, an early score around this mark, maybe just a little bit sooner, and then the rest was just trades of offenses just trying to be able to move their way upfield. Looking for a redirect. Not going to happen in that cherry pick position, and Weber State still collectively left in their own back half. Nova's going to burn through nearly their entire tank, left in a one-on-one. How do they play this one? Slow and low. No, even and go. They're trying to be able to make it straight into the middle of the net, and now the follow-up strike. Rivers will be on target, and the great follow-up will put the Wildcats on top.
There you go, that's Rivers with the flood. Fantastic job, and this is really just off the back of Weber State coming forth, and again, just flooding the box, crowding the box right here, pushing goalies and whatnot, and University of Montana is caught rotating. See how this one goes. Again, folks, I would not be surprised if we're looking at what is very similar to our final scoreline, 0-1 in game numero uno, a game one that both of these teams played just categorically different from the previous best of 5. There was only a one-score game in one of those earlier. Everything else was 5 or above. Total scores, that is.
Finally finding their parity. Look at that. Oh, the setup by Skilar. They had such great ball control before. Now they're trying to keep the collective that is Weber State just kind of comprised and forced together like an amoeba trying to just slug its way around. Now Skilar has really been activated. They've honestly been coming alive in this latter third and into the midpoint of this second game. That's when they needed to happen, especially at a 1-0 deficit. High Crew looking for a chance, and it will all be inadvertent. They challenge the defense to answer, and so they do.
High Crew, high shots. It just makes sense here, folks. The High Crew, no Skilar. I'm still laughing at that. It's halftime into our game number 2. A lead that Weber State had earlier does get demolished. Now an initial demo as well. High Crew is going to get another one off of kickoff basically as well. 9-second goal. We're what? You rewind time 20 seconds. Weber State is looking fat and happy.
So is Haiku's car. Just a bit too thick to get beyond. Just went up 1 of 50. Got it just huge on the ball. They're built different, built thick, and built able to win. So Grizz is able to get a second in a row. And big demos coming out. Honestly, this has just become a fist fight by the Grizz.
Yeah, seriously. Seriously. A couple of saves there for AZ. Skilar, excuse me, going to have one of their zones, and yes, the double-double, folks. It's not just an In-N-Out burger. The double-double for High Crew. 2 in this game, number 2.
Less than 2 minutes to go. Grizzlies would love to get to a position of match point this early in a series. Sometimes you see it at a 2-1 mark, but we've seen a lot of sweeps today, and it would be kind of weird to go to game 5 in our penultimate and then see this one be a sweep, but a strike on target. Great save by AZ. They were getting bullied by a drop-in from a Weber State attacker, and now another strike. That's going to go off the pipe work, though, and that will clang, but that bang does not ring the right way. Another shot, and finally, Rivers, they have to take this one top 90 to get it in.
Yeah, this is literally just Rivers and High Crew on the scoring capabilities in this game, number 2. Everything else has been shut down so far, but Weber State was not going to be denied thrice on that one.
All right. 80-some-odd seconds. Montana, they responded well. Uh-oh, Nova left a floater. They have to trust in their teammate to be a little bit faster. That was dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous. Very dangerous. You literally can't do stuff like that in the grand finals right here. Like, yeah, I'm talking about us getting anxious, and oh my goodness, it could happen, but really, I'll like, categorically cannot allow that to happen. Especially not grand finals. Especially not one that's so close, right? I mean, the tie game right now, last game just ended by 1. What's going on here, folks?
Weber State recognizing that they have to get this win, because anytime that someone has gotten 2 up today, they have not let it go. If you get 1, then it's basically all been decided in game 2. All these series today have been decided in game 2. Winners of those game 2s have been able to get it.
Really good point, actually.
It's just kind of wild how that's been true. But because Montana, the only one that's been different from that parity is our previous series, and finally we see Weber State able to reclaim the lead.
Yeah, so 3-2 scoreline as of right now. This is bottom 90 and perfect for the side of Weber State as University of Montana members are trying to shake a leg off the top rope, of of their goal side. Now, AZ wins this one down bottom. Montana, the Grizz, have to get in the offensive stance, and they got to get in that offensive stance right now.
AZ with the turnaround. When was the last time we saw AZ being in that same activation state? Skylar? Holy goodness, they do sky it, and that's going to be 7 seconds remaining. Rivers gets a piece, and that's going to be turned on by High Crew with 2 seconds to go. They're looking for the 1-2, maybe to be able to buckle their shoe, get beyond it, looking for a dunk that goes just barely off. We got a ball game, everyone. We're into game 3. Nothing decided. Series tied at 1.
Yeah, no, seriously. Taking a look at the numbers, Mason. My God. This is the first time we've really gotten to check this one out. And talk about Weber all day long in game number 2. That is, that's 9 saves? 9 freaking saves for the side of University of Montana. 13 shots attempted Weber, and only 6 on the other side. Well, that one makes sense right here. We can use the numbers of attempted shots to really kind of predict the time of possession and whatnot. And if time of possession is the name of the game, Weber State is all day long reigning supreme in game number 2. A best-of-5 series once again boiled down to a best-of-3. Well, hail, Monkey Man.
Yeah, this is it's interesting to see that at one point we actually had a 2-1 lead in favor of the Grizz, because they had collectively as many shots, I think, as Sad Boy Juice did, and then there was just bonus shots that were coming out. So you cannot have that many saves and not be able to persist longer on the offensive half. It's cool to be able to respond, but you got to be running it down. And you know, Weber State, when it rains, it pours, and it comes out like a river.
God.
It flows, and it's just 10 seconds in to bang.
Well, if there's any River fans in chat, you won't be friends for long if you don't clip that one. Good God. 10 seconds into this one. Again, man, Weber, they just know how to do it flashy, dude. They just know how to do it flashy.
It's sometimes the hardest thing to stop. Oh, look at the possession play. They're trying to be able to get this one to hit, but reading it so well. That was a great elevation to go to the top of the ladder, because otherwise that could have been a threat going into the defensive box of Weber State, but instead becomes a 2v1. Skelar is trying to get in position. Nova, they're going to slow things down, but they don't have a second or third man until you go out to the midfield and a double commit. Montana does not look comfortable in this moment.
They really don't. They really don't. I'm not sure if there's a little bit of a shake in nerves or whatnot from the game number 2 there, incredibly close as it may have been, but regardless, they got to bring this one back in game number 3 right here. Now, neither team going to lose off the back of this, of course. Tied series we go, but it's all about that mental fortitude coming in the latter half of this series. Double commit, but that's what's required right now. Sad Boy Juice, solid shot off the double commit, and Weber State extends their lead to 2.
Sad Boy Juice. I want to see where he went in the first place, because this one went and elevated, and he was just way out at midfield, but just able to get to the sky like a Predator missile and taking that shot immediately. So 2 up inside this first minute. Montana, they have not allowed teams to just outright kind of gut them in these moments this soon. But the good news is they've been gut checking themselves to be able to find a chance to tie up this series and these games. AZ, they've been fairly quiet. It's been a lot of reliance on the High Crew and Skelar for these past couple.
Skelar, speaking of, a solid redirect right here to keep this one mid. Solid shot over AZ. Who else? 2 saves, a shot, and a goal. Sounds like a well-rounded Rocket League player. Skelar, again, this doesn't happen without Skelar's hit over here. Weber State just kind of got caught rotating.
Skelar's done a lot to get themselves into these plays, and AZ continuously wants, to remind us in the booth that anytime we begin to hit X to doubt, that they will come back. It's part of their weapon set. X exists between A and Z, so thus they have to tell us what's up. Rivers, though, free double tap. They will not be able to adjust, and neither can Nova.
Shot over again. That Sad Boy Juice. The shot right now run down mid until Nova interrupts the play as it is formulating. I think I just made up a new
formatting. Word. It's like formulating and formatting at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going with it. You can decide the definition. I came up with it.
I'll give you all credit. I'll put it on the asterisk. Oh. Maybe.
Oh, brutal. Rivers almost another flashy goal right here. Their 10-second shot in was hands down the fanciest of this game right now, possibly even the past couple of games. Now Sad Boy Juice continuing the offensive pressure right here. Rotations, big boost, and more for Nova. Rivers across the middle right now. This ball is spending time in the middle pitch like it bought a condo there.
Oh, too much extra sauce, and that's just like an unwanted guide staying at your Airbnb. You want them to get out of the house as quickly as you can. That one moves all the way upfield. 2 minutes approaching here on the clock. And Montana really hasn't been in the same headspace when it comes to rotations. They've been on top of each other, but they've been looking for some of these cheekier passing plays and looking for these challenge plays to persist. That's one right there, and that will happen. They do isolate the defender as they rock him into the corner, and that's just great recognition where that ball's going to go.
Yeah, quite literally like the example of the isolate offense, right? We hear about isolate defenses in American football all the time. This is the exact opposite of that, and a perfect job from the Grizz squad to tie this one back up. 2-2, and I'm not talking about dresses, folks. Also 2 minutes here on the clock as Rivers puts this one up and over, but Skilar with a fantastic shot to keep this one onto the offensive pressure. Bounce plays, Skilar right side. Always kind of playing that that waiting in the wings position, right? Cue the Jaws music. Skilar will bite.
Yeah, they're going to be... They're looking for that one to go from opposite edge, but Skeelar is that guy that's trying for the extended offense. Even if it doesn't hit, just keeping that clock ticking and keeping all the boosts coming out of the tanks of Weber State and their defense keeps them from having a limited offense altogether. The bounce, Rivers, actually allows it to go to High Crew, but it's going to be Sad Boy Juice that gets the takeaway. Nova got the demo. That means Skeelar is gone. That's off the rock. That's an open net. What a save! Oh, it doesn't last long enough, though. Rivers is able to get a third. That demo is what made this play possible.
Wow. Yeah, this is a pickup like he ordered it off his Amazon. Rivers right here. Skilar with a fantastic read on that. That is the difference of like, a couple milliseconds, right? They can get the flatter side on there, more of the turn, more of the angle, and we still be looking at a 2-2 game all the way up. AZ taking him out. Talk about Predator missiles. Oh my goodness, another shot and continued pressure from Sad Boy Juice.
High Crew, flip reset. He's going to have it in his back pocket. Great extension. Just gets to carry it. That is just like you do it in free play. No one going up there to challenge him. Nova's on the ground and then keeping it right above. Oh, that's just perfect execution to get these Grizzlies back in the game.
Perfect handling skills across the air right there. Acrobatic as well. Upper 90 perfectly slotted, and that's a fantastic way, like you said, for the Grizz squad to bring this one back to the tie situation, Monkey Man.
You got to keep doing that, though, because Weber State, they've been able to just punish them whenever they have these positions that just have like a wide gap, and they've been able to otherwise create offense. That's one of the what better teams can do. They can create when there is a lack thereof, a deficit. We may be seeing overtime here in game number 3, which is very important because that gives you match point for the remaining 2. Sad Boy Juice, he's out challenged. That's gonna be AZ. He gets a little help on the back end by Nova, but the challenge there sets up the defense for failure.
How did this even happen? AZ puts this one up and over. Rivers kind of gets left looking at this one, and an own goal here as AZ puts it perfectly right across the middle. Weber State going to be kicking themselves for that one.
10 seconds left. Stalling this ball is the best choice. Sad Boy Juice is going to be able to get a big demo. Nova can't connect, and turning this one to the defensive half of Weber State is going to feel awful because they did have a lead, could maintain it. They have a bouncer. It's very awkward. This is where car control becomes so necessary. 0-second time. Sad Boy Juice to the backboard. The defense double commits, but that's because they're looking for a kill. Your Grizzlies are on match point heading to game number 4 for the Big Sky Division.
Yes, they are, sir. Yes, they are. My goodness, an incredibly close best of 5 gets us the exact same here in the last. 8 shots attempted from Rivers. They come out 2 goals and assists to boot. That was the incredibly flashy and fast play earlier, but even our shots attempted, that's 9 total for the side of UMT for the University of Montana, 12 on the other side of Weber. So this is just more so a situation of quantity versus quality, right? UMT far less, but still spins more gold from it.
Yeah, and this is also a moment where we still have more saves for the likes of Montana, but like you said, coming away with things on target to be able to create and just force this one through the Weber defense. The same was true off of a couple demos, and they were operating at such a level that it almost looked like Grizzlies weren't able to catch up. Instead, though, they were able to find one hero moment, and that may be the only one they need. They go to game number 4. This is for qualification stakes into CECC. You know, some people don't want to go to Texas. This one, it's all about getting there. Going to North Texas, you head your way to the Esports Stadium in Arlington, and this is for the big time, the big show, going from Montana all the way down south.
Oh yes, to make your pilgrimage to the esports mecca that is Esports Stadium Arlington right here. You like barbecue, folks? You like more big sky country? You like Texas? Well, it's getting decided right now. You want to punch a ticket? Well, you got to earn it, Weber State. Playing from behind right now. All of these been one-score games so far. Oh, Skeelar, excuse me. Down bottom, AZ. Fantastic handling, but it's Rivers yet again. Flow like water. That's what Rivers says.
Oh, my goodness. These Montana Grizzlies, they're looking to punch a ticket, punch a longhorn, be able to maybe get themselves all the way into a 10-gallon hat if they can. And you guys love mesquite trees? They are everywhere. Enjoy that. That's exactly what your barbecue is going to taste like, too. First minute comes off the clock, ticks away as we're working on the second one. Still no one able to score, but Grizzlies have been able to maintain an impressive stance. Very impressive, too, against Weber State, who is just collectively trying to keep from getting scored on.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but at a certain point you have to like you can't be reactive, right? You have to be proactive. You have to be playing your own game instead of just constantly trying to get something back from the other side, right? Like if you're constantly playing defense, both mentally and physically within the game, then it's never going to be a situation. Weber State makes a statement here, minute and 40 in. Who else but Rivers?
Montana, the bend but don't break method for Weber State allowed them to repel Montana over and over and over again. And then when they finally get an opportunity, they've had the majority of offensive output, and Montana finally had a foot in the door to have that in the first minutes. Well, that went away. Rivers with the layup. No one's there to be there as Nova will be all the way back. Sad boy Juice and Rivers are trying to operate at a much higher level. Nova, oh my goodness, that actually went off another player. Rivers will be there for to push and be able to get themselves a nice clear.
Skeelar down bottom, big hit over here. Hoist this one to the right side, picks up big boost on their way. AZ pass into shot not going to land though. So we hit 10 seconds outside of halftime. AZ defensive sign, big pop play, pays for that one with their lives. Rivers drowns this one out. AZ back now with the squad. 2.5 minutes. Nova. Right side, sad boy Juice trying to soak this one in. Not going to happen. Rivers meets it halfway and puts it back the way they want to, like they're meeting somebody for lunch.
Nova's on that sidewall lurking around as at least like a recognizable threat. He's hanging out nearby. And what's interesting so far, Weber State has made sure that this doesn't hit anything of a telegraph nature. They've been keeping it off the walls, trying to find these infield passing plays and really collecting each of these pushes. Whereas Grizzlies, they've been having to work from the lateral edge. They've not been able to do much more than just kind of clang it around the perimeter and then seeing if they can react a little bit faster. Now, that's where their strength has been. This one's a very awkward push and actually will float, but it's caught and pushed away as High Crew will be able to get credit for it.
Yep,
but as soon as you toe over the line, Nova puts a dart through.
Yeah, I can't be surprised at this one. University of Montana, awkward as an 8th grade school dance here as everybody tries to get a hand onto this one and nobody actually asks them to dance. Weber State now up 2-0, 103 seconds left. This is not quite a waste time type situation, not quite like trying to get the sand out the hour. Okay, I was going to say, Skeelar, literally, you want something done, you got to do it yourself. They encompass that methodology into their lives. Almost back shot, not going to land right there.
Like most 8th grade dances, you have that one circle of people trying all to break dance and doing it poorly, but these guys have been able to show off at least a few moves. Looking to rebound. Skeelar, lucky they are not challenged because Weber is just so content right now with making sure their defense is staying alive, and that's been through great offense. Just getting tackled. Rivers screaming in. I'm trying to be that big boy throwing the kids into the lockers. AZ, they're going to slow air drag this one. It's not a favorable 50 as it does go to the opposite corner. And Montana just looks like this honestly looks like they're kind of in free play mode, just playing for ball possession with themselves.
Yeah, I'm not really 100% sure what the idea here is, but the University of Montana, since game number 3 right there, has just, like, to say they've been playing scared would be like 150% of what I mean. It'd be like too harsh or too much of what I mean right here. But then it's at least going on the right, like, angle. It's going on the right track right now because the University of Montana just hasn't shown us a whole lot of light in a long, long patch of darkness.
Still, as the shadows creep in, they're only able to move when that light does come about. Nova trying to be that ever-burning star, the 1-2, the pre-jump, and maybe they're just practicing for a Game 5. Why not have 2 of them in a row? You have this one going all the way downtown through the uprights, and with 3-0 and 6 seconds left, that's exactly what we're getting here, Tugboat.
Yeah, we are staring down the barrel of a 3-score difference, which of course is equal to the score difference across the first 3 games, people. It was 0-1 in game number 1 for the side of Montana, 3-2 Weber State, 3-4 Montana game 3. There's a 4th one, so we have more scores, more of a scoring difference in this game number 4 than we have seen in the first 3 games. And this one technically isn't even over with yet.
Yeah. 4 scores and 4 games ago, we were looking at the likes of Montana having a 1-0 series lead. Well, this one is going to get all knotted up going into the extension of game number 5. That kill will send us the distance. These teams will now have to play a 10th game between each other in the last 2 series to prove who is worthy enough to make it over to Texas. And this time around, Weber again continues to be the main offensive output, but they're gonna have to do that consistently. Both these teams have to find that level of magic if they're gonna be able to make it to the CECC championships.
Yeah, folks, once again, this was 3 shots attempted from the University of Montana, okay? Like, this is, if you're reaching, you're pulling, you're wondering, what happened to University of Montana? How'd they break it down here in game number 4? Well, that's going to be it, especially given that AZ had the most points on their team, right? The most total points accrued with 0 shots attempted. Nothing on the offensive side right here. The University of Montana, whether it's through demos, whether it's through just kind of sectioning out parts of this, whether that's through wall play and kind of bouncing it off, kind of like what you were talking about earlier in that game number 4, Hail Monkey Man, something has to happen. Something has to give here for Montana if they want to go down and taste that Texas barbecue.
It's great with the sweet barbecue sauce. If you get the spicy, welcome to being in the toilet for a while. Big save. Oh my goodness. Unless you have like iron guts. Some of you are much stronger than I and can just eat habaneros straight off the stem. So, kind of crazy people out there. But
we'll see which team, which team's eating the peppers right here, at least acting like it. Because we have a complete... Okay, so AZ comes off the back of a 0 shots attempted performance in game number 4. Gets this one right across the middle, and I gotta say, that's more of a Weber State shutdown right here. More of a Weber State closeout right here. No defensive even look at this. All 3 members get a front row seat. Nobody wants to buy the ticket.
Yeah, that's a Weber State defense .exe stopped operating, also not found, whichever version of...
Yeah.
But, put it on target, see if it sticks, and if it does, awesome. Great success. And that's honestly just any way that you need to test the defense trying to do its best. Rivers with a redirect. The putback opportunity will be here by Sad Boy Juice, but look who's getting faster. That's High Crew. They get a little bit quicker. They get beyond Nova, and they get through Nova. And Sad Boy Juice has been activated since the previous game, but this offense at least comes alive and exists for the Grizzlies.
Yeah, so 60 seconds into this one. This is a solid little start for the Montana squad. To be a fly on the wall. The Esports lab there at the University of Montana. And to find out exactly what it is that they got going. AZ yet again. When the going gets tough, AZ gets to going, y'all.
Wow. And look at that. That was an extension by High Crew as well. Rivers trying to read it. And, I mean, that one would have stayed a bit too high anyway if they were trying to go over to the defensive corner. But what a, hey, you see me kind of call out. Rivers getting bumped away. And look how they've really isolated Rivers. This has been the main player that's produced a lot of those shot chances. And look how they've just been able to kind of bully him off the ball.
And speaking of bullying, this is really just University of Montana. They have redirected and reversed everything that we were talking about earlier and are maintaining this right now. If we're just looking at shots attempted, I mean, the fact that Nova only has 1 and 40 points across almost 2 minutes of Rocket League play should tell y'all enough. Sad Boy Juice, solid hit right here. See, like, where's Weber State? Well, like, I understand wanting to pick up boost. Where's the second player? There's no backup for the offensive performances right there, and you can't just leave Nova against 3 defenders.
It's so odd because this is not their play style before. They've been playing much quicker. They were very just disruptive, interruptive of the defense of Montana, and then they would go and get in demo and they would crash the box with numbers. But right now, they're seeing themselves very spread. I love that touch, but Nova just that's exactly what they got to do. But they just couldn't get it over to Rivers because the Grizzlies are acting much faster now.
That's exactly what I'm talking about here, Monkey Man. The cohesive and coordinated unit that we have come to know and love over there at Weber State. That's what we're talking about. Can't leave a single offender up by themselves. Halftime now. Sad Boy Juice. Solid shot over. Throw an epic on top of that one as the save is perfectly transitioned into offense. Now Nova back picks up big boost on their way to start their own offensive. Mid-pitch. AZ doesn't like it and sends it back over towards their third. Don't like it. Return to sender. Oh man, Nova, that was the best opportunity that Weber's had on offense in a while.
Yeah, those have got to start hitting. If we don't see those within the next, I'd say, like 40 or so seconds, Weber State's going to really be up against the wall. And I need them to at least just have good connections. This is a great extension, good defense, though, as they have one high, one low, and some of these are just becoming so telegraphed. Montana was doing the same thing, and Weber was just finding ways to get around creatively. Now it's been much the opposite. Sad Boy Juice booms this out in open field space. 45 looking for the extra, but then the communication isn't there, and Nova had the takeaway, and they're going to not be able to put on targets, but the counterattack still pushes the Wildcats away.
An uncharacteristic miss there from High Crew. As open as it gets, there's another one! High Crew with the redemption! Skelar with the pass, High Crew with the redemption, and with 1, 2, 3, I'm not counting, folks, 1 minute, 23 seconds up top, we will slowly watch the University of Montana transition into a keep-away type situation. Garbage time coming up, and they can even give up a single goal here as long as they maintain that 2. A win is a win by 1, by 10, by 2. Regardless, 0-4. What is going on? Weber State just put up this performance 4-0. A shutout pitch from Weber State not 5 minutes ago. That must seem like the past, though.
It was all history, and it was learned from. These students have been doing a great job in their history classes because they were able to take everything that happened and absolutely corrected. The Grizzlies 4 up, 70 seconds. It would be an absolute implosion by Montana if Weber State were to be able to come back. High Crew, AZ, and Skelar, who's coming in as a sub. You had Oki Finn, who went to go do his job, get that bread, and trust the team would do the same thing, and that's exactly what they have in their windshield. In the rear view might be the likes of Weber State. A 5th comes through. This one could nearly be stricken and pinned to the record books.
Yeah, so, you know what? We're going to have to do it again. There's no way at this point that Weber State could possibly come back. You know, they might as well put down their controllers and just give this one up. Hopefully that's the boost that they need to bring this one back. Of course, we're memeing around here a little bit, folks. 40 seconds left. Average of about four. I don't know what I was trying to say. Caster math, folks. Caster math. Sorry.
It is tough.
It just broke my brain.
Yeah, it's like 6 seconds per goal right now.
That's
one,
what I was trying to say. Yep.
There you go. As soon as it drops to about less than 8.
Oh, boy.
This one is slowly dissipating. Much like Spider-Man after getting snapped out by Thanos, Weber State is just disappearing from off the map. And the Montana Grizzlies just looking like they were primed for the distance of this best of 5. It's 24 seconds to go. They got to average 1 every 4, but they basically have their tickets in front of them. They're just waiting to put their names on them.
Yep, that's AZ right there. We all know what a hat trick is, folks. That's 3 scores. We all know what a Texas hat trick is. How thematical for AZ, because they got 4 goals in this game. Number 5, barn burner. This match is over! University of Montana has done it. 6-0, 6-1, 1-6, 7-0, whatever you want to call it. University of Montana completely flips the script right here in game number 5 from a 4-score deficit in game number 4, right? A shutout pitch, nothing for the Grizz, looking dead in the water right here. Comes back 6-0, absolutely establishing the dominance.
Authority, the Grizz is going to be making its way to travel to the biggest, well, second biggest state in Texas. It is the largest in the continental United States, not the extended. So, hey, you know what? Congratulations! This Big Sky contest comes to a close. We had 5 awesome teams for this entire conference, and then it came down to 2, and it's going to be the Grizz that makes its way to the finals over into the CECC, and you know, that's a fantastic squad. Really showcasing that they'd have to go the distance in this conference against Weber State to be able to punch their tickets all the way through.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that this one goes down to a Game 5. I'll admit it, by the way, folks, I'm man enough to admit it. I said 3-1 Weber State goes 3-2 the way of the University of Montana. Monkey Man can reign supreme in the predictions thus far. Now, we'll see how this goes down there in Texas because, you know, this has got to feel great, right? It's got to feel fantastic with the University of Montana. Grizz punching their ticket down to Texas. You got to get done there as well. And speaking of Texas, we're going to go talk to one of these players. Kind of sit down, get a minute inside the mind of a player post matchup right here, post Game 5 as well. Back with you guys in just a minute. We're going to get this one set up and be right back with you. Little interview action with the University of Montana.
Why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi Doc, how are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You Jen? All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here, though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not gonna ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here. Yeah, that's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
that's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably never gonna use this, but we're gonna talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. I am Septilence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game? Going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League. We're thinking high odds, low odds. Where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral Area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, great. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree. But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more. I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I really want, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with Immortals, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training with under a structure or a system or a coach, from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner.
And we are back. We are here, and we are live. 2 Map 5 barn burners in a row. Folks, pretty sure the Nevada State Police would come in and drag me out by my heels if we didn't get an interview for this one. We got on the line. That's a Skeelar coming on in to give us a minute of their time post-match. Skeelar, first and foremost, brother, you like Texas barbecue? Because you're heading on down to Arlington.
Yeah, I love barbecue.
There you go. There you go. Love it. Love it. First and foremost, congratulations on the victory again. A 3-2 victory over the side of Weber State 2 times in a row. Absolutely fantastic. First of all, got to ask how it feels.
I mean, I've played that team like probably 3 or 4 times in series, not with the main team, and we've gotten absolutely destroyed every single time. So It's nice to have a fighting chance, and I was really looking forward to the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hopping into this one a little bit here. I got to ask, Game 4, you guys get 4-0'd right there, and then you bring it back, complete mirror situation. 6-0 in the Game 5 for you guys to take it. What changed, essentially, from this Game 4 into this Game 5, Skeelar?
Yeah, I mean, AZ was saying that we were probably pushing a little bit too hard, and, like, we didn't think that their offense was, like, anything like super crazy. They were just like pushing the ball towards us, so we were just trying to keep a little bit more possession. That was the whole goal for me, was just, I don't know, I've been playing too complicated recently, and I just wanted to play a simple game. That's what we went in and tried to do.
Yeah, just boil it down to basics. I like it. I like it. Monkey Man?
Yeah. So, hey, we actually got to see that you kind of came in for Oki Finn. So, did you guys already kind of prep for that going into today? Because you knew that you're playing kind of with that main set, and you yourself said that you were playing with your opposite squad, not the main A squad. So, what kind of preparation went into that, knowing that some work would come up? He has to go earn that bread, and you guys did as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was really nervous because I played with Finn and High Crew most of winter break, and I played with High Crew like all of this season. Every time I play with AZ, we lose though, so I was very nervous because it's just like a play style that I haven't really adapted to that well. But I think after that first series, I really felt like everyone on the team trusted me, and I like was able to trust them. And so kind of having that moment where it all clicks for like the first time was like perfect timing.
Yeah. And you guys were really clicking. And honestly, you were talking about how you couldn't really play around AZ too much, but when it did, it did. You said boil down your play style simply. And I think there was a game or two where we started seeing you wake up. You got crazy. You were doing a lot of dribbling. You were in their back third, being a reckless demon. Do you think that really does play to your greatest strength, though? Whenever everyone's focusing on High Crew and AZ, if you could play on this team again as a sub activated or even as a starter, would you still play just as kind of demon dog going after that ball?
Yeah. I've gotten some replay reviews from some really high level players, and they've kind of showed me some different ways to look at the game that are like not wrong. But going in this series, especially being down like 200 MMR right now for me, I needed to play my game that has worked for me in the past, which that is what it is. Just demos when I need to, control, and just play a solid game. Nothing too complicated, because they'll pop off. Haiku is so good. Same with AZ. Like, it's so easy if I can just not throw.
Yep. That's very true. Talk about this guy was popping off when he had to. Otherwise, he's letting his teammates play around him.
Yeah, that definition of a fantastic player right here. We're mentioning it, right? They got the Texas hat trick. The 4 scores there for AZ. Skeeler here, just straight up setting it up. Want to ask, though, again, taking that rear run down to Texas, down into Arlington. I want to ask you, granted you haven't had a whole lot of time to think about it, right? But I want to ask if there's anything that you're looking forward to doing in Arlington outside of esports stuff, outside of the Esports Stadium Arlington.
Oh, shoot. I don't know. I mean, I know people from UT Arlington, so I would talk to them, but that's still kind of esports. Okay. Texas barbecue, right?
Texas barbecue. There you go. Looking forward to it. I love it. Now, Skeelar, once again, congratulations on the victory right here, punching that ticket on down to the CECC qualifiers, competition. Big Sky as well. We're going to be looking at a fantastic competition down there. Before we get you on out of here, I want to ask, because we know no competition is won alone, if you have any shout-outs, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to shout out High Crew and AZ, obviously, for just being good like they always are. Our competitive director, Ryan, and then our overall director, Michael Cassins, and Kate. I think my mom is watching, so hi, Mom.
Hey.
And probably my sister, too. Yeah, I think that's it.
There you go, the family buff. It's a real thing, folks. It's a real thing. Once again, Skeelar, thank you for coming on in. Give us a minute of your time after the game. We will look forward to having you in the interview box again, but only if you win, because we only have winners in my interview box. You hear me?
I'll win. I'll win.
There you go. I love it. Looking forward to seeing you down in Texas, sir.
Okay. Yeah, see ya. Thanks, guys.
Not a problem. It's a couple of 3-2 victories here for the University of Montana. Once again, punches their ticket on down to Texas. I absolutely love it, Monkey Man. Now, what is that out in Texas? That is the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, y'all. There's a finals going down there as well. March Madness is done. It's over with. Did anybody even watch that stuff? May Madness is heading on down to Texas. The CECC finals will be happening at the Esports Mecca. That is Esports Stadium Arlington down there May 6th and 7th. Now, folks, if you can't go down there to Texas, feel for you. You can still watch it. Everything over there on Esports U, they wouldn't dare having a second of esports action down there at Esports Stadium Arlington without it being streamed. You can check on out there. Now, for more information, you can head on over to the collegiatesmg.com. Again, collegiate spelled just like it is, smg.com there, or just pay attention to their socials and whatnot. For more information about who's going to be there, where exactly it's going down, dates, times, everything in between, the who, what, when, why, and where, everything there can be found out over there in collegiatesmg.com. With that, though, Monkey Man, I do believe we have reached my least favorite part of any broadcast. That, of course, is the end. I'm FBI Tugboat, Tail Monkey Man. If you enjoyed what you heard, you can find us down bottom right here. Right there. There you go, right here. There you go. Over there on Twitter's, Instagram's, the whole 9 yards, folks. I want to give a huge shout out to Esports U, as well as Zip Chair Gaming, Zip Chair Gaming, of course, being one of the sponsors here. Our CEC Last Chance Qualifiers entirely been brought to you by Zip Chair and Dream Seeds, the official gaming chair of the CECC. You guys can head over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair experience, and you can do that on the day. Monkey Man, do you have anything else for the good people before we bid them adieu?
hey, big sky. Big opportunities. Can't wait to be able to see the competition again. If I can offer one thing, if you're going to Texas, especially, it's going to be into early May. You may think it won't be too hot. Bring some sunscreen, bring some water. It is going to be hot because of the weather and the competition. Support your students, your players, and your family because all of them are doing great things.
Spicy barbecue, spicy competition. All these things can be found in Texas, May 5th through 7th. That's Saturday through the Sunday. For now, the FBI Tugboat Hail Monkey Man will be bidding you guys adieu. Appreciate you for watching.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and
it's
he jumped into it. Corner judges go for 1, 2, he needs more. They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
https://twitter.com/septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I? Oh, should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on?